The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 25th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Collins to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with equal time allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Govern, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, on July 12th, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, released its annual assessment on the state of global food security. This year's report, entitled The State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World 2023, confirmed that nearly 30% of humanity, or roughly 2.4 billion people, lacked access to adequate food in 2022. A greater number, 3.1 billion, were unable to afford a healthy diet. The report paints a world where hundreds of millions of people face more precarious circumstances, deepened by the ravages of climate change, regional turmoil, and rising food costs. It describes how the recovery from the global coronavirus pandemic has been uneven, and how the war in Ukraine has affected access to food, especially nutritious food. Last year, UNICEF reported that 148 million children under the age of 5 were stunted, meaning that their inadequate diets impaired their growth. The FAO Director General called this the new normal, where climate change, conflict, and economic instability are pushing those on the margins over the edge. Mr. Speaker, as someone who believes food is a fundamental human right for everyone on this planet, I believe the American people can and should be proud of the leadership the United States has shown in addressing the global crisis. We have provided billions in aid to those most affected by droughts, natural disasters, violence, and conflict. We have literally saved millions of lives. Our farmers have provided food, wheat, soy, corn, rice, beans, lentils, peas, and cooking oil to those most in need around the world. Our peanut farmers and specialty processors have provided therapeutic foods for severely malnourished children. Our NGOs are on the ground in many of the most desperate regions in the world. They make sure that food is provided to those most in need and work with local communities to build resilience to survive future economic and extreme weather shocks. And yet, we must all do more. I recently met with the new executive director of the World Food Program, Cindy McCain. She took over the reins in April and is determined to strengthen efficiency and transparency at WFP, to stretch every dollar, every food contribution to its maximum. And she needs to make those donations stretch because she's facing an impossible task. Too many crises, too many people in need, and not enough money. WFP has already been forced to cut food rations and the number of people it serves all over the world, including in places like Syria and Haiti. And unlike the U.S., too many donors have yet to respond, and too many nations like the Gulf states and the Middle East have failed to contribute their fair share. The world cannot afford to stand by when heat waves, heavy rains, and flooding are wrecking crops and casting more uncertainty over the availability and cost of food. I know that many fear a global migration as millions are forced to abandon their homes and livelihoods. But for me, a greater concern is how massive internal displacement within countries, from rural areas to cities, might undermine agriculture, food security, and economic and social stability inside those nations and regions. The internal movement, that instability, is not in the best interest of anyone, including the United States. And I know from experience that the U.S. and global community can respond effectively to this crisis if we have the political will to do so. Even now, we see improvements happening in Latin America and Asia, so there is hope. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I am so dismayed by efforts inside this Congress to undermine or even eliminate the very programs that contribute to alleviating the suffering of hunger, famine, and food insecurity around the world, including among children. Like our farmers, like our NGOs, like the WFP, and countless other nations and groups, we in Congress must do our part. We must make sure these programs are well funded so that the United States has the resources it needs to lead the world in ending global hunger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in President Lincoln's second inaugural address, he called on our nation to care for those who shall have borne the battle. As we debate legislation this week to support our nation's 16.5 million veterans, we must remember that charge that was given to us by President Lincoln, to care for those who have given so much of themselves, of their time, in order to keep our nation free and our nation safe. It's essential that we honor our commitment to those men and women and fully fund veterans' benefits and VA programs. We owe an incredible debt of gratitude to those who have worn a uniform in service of the United States. From inpatient hospitalizations to outpatient primary care to addiction services, our veterans' hospitals provide the essential services that our veterans can rely on. While working as a doctor, I was proud to treat veterans at the James E. Van Zandt Medical Center in Blair County, Pennsylvania. These men and women have served in conflicts, including World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Desert Storm, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Having the opportunity to provide care to these veterans is one of the proudest moments of my medical career. Moving forward, we must ensure that our veterans' hospitals are equipped with the latest tools, technologies, and treatments to ensure that our veterans are receiving the highest and utmost care. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this summer, farmers across Pennsylvania will grow produce. They will milk dairy cows, they will till their fields, and they will tend to their orchards that help to feed our entire nation. Recently, I spent time at Richards Farm in Fulton County, Pennsylvania, and met with the owner, Ryan Richards, to talk about the challenges that are faced by dairy producers who work to provide the nutritional products that Pennsylvanians and all of Americans rely on. Sadly, the failed policies of the Biden administration have made conditions unbearable for family farmers. It's time to stop the handouts to liberal special interests and reinvest in the policies and programs that enable our American farmers to succeed. It's time to rescind the $1 billion allocated for Green New Deal programs in President Biden's so-called Inflation Reduction Act. It's time to put an end to runaway spending and finally support our great American farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, almost exactly a year ago, on August 10th, 2022, President Joe Biden signed into law the PACT Act, which has been correctly described as the largest health care and benefit expansion in the history of the Department of Veterans Affairs. This was the result of a 5-year effort by veteran service organizations from the American Legion to the Iraq and Afghan Veterans of America and many others to bring external pressure on the Congress to pass a measure which will knock down barriers so that people who are suffering the ill effects of toxic exposure will actually have the care which they earned by wearing the uniform of this country and serving in some of the most difficult parts of the world. Again, after that measure was signed and it had to overcome a last-minute filibuster by the Senate Republicans, which resulted in a 5-day sleep-in on the steps of the Capitol, and they finally relented and allowed a bipartisan vote to move forward and the bill to the president's desk. There was a lot of concern, though, after passage whether or not the VA would actually move quickly to enact and implement these measures. Well, a year into the law, I'm happy to report that over 300,000 PACT Act claims have been approved. Over 100,000 new veterans have been enrolled in the VA healthcare from the PACT Act planning population, and over 4 million toxic exposure screenings have been provided. The toxic exposure screenings, again, is a quick 10 to 15 minute review to, again, find people who may be eligible for PACT Act benefits. And again, it is open to all veterans. If anyone's listening, it's not just veterans who are enrolled in the VA, it's all veterans are entitled to have a toxic exposure screening. Again, the questions that are asked is whether or not we're near an open burn pit in the Middle East, Gulf War-related exposures, Agent Orange during the Vietnam War, radiation, contaminated water at Camp Lejeune, or other exposures. In my district, the 2nd District, over 1,000 veterans have filed PACT Act claims, and many have been successful in terms of getting their claims approved. One gentleman who served during the Vietnam War was in Thailand and had Agent Orange illnesses, but because the law prior to PACT Act only covered people who were actually in country in Vietnam, he was denied coverage. Again, he was successful in getting a 100% disability approved. Another gentleman who served in Guam, again, another new country that was added to the law because of the PACT Act, again, was also able to get 100% disability with a back pay award. So again, this is real. It's happening in real time. 10 days ago, we held a PACT Act claims clinic where staff from the local Veterans Department showed up to, again, screen and also present claims. It was supposed to have been only 3 hours. It went way over time. Again, 200 veterans were screened, and 75 claims were submitted right there on the spot. I would just end, Mr. Speaker, by saying people should be aware of the fact that on August 9th, which is just days away, if someone files an intent for a claim or a claim, you are going to be entitled to a back pay award to the date that President Biden signed this measure into law. Any claims filed after August 9th will not be entitled to that back pay award. Claims will still be open and can be approved by the Department of Veterans Affairs, but in terms of getting that back pay award from date of enactment, it is critical that people file either an intent to file a claim or a claim itself to be eligible for those benefits. And if people have questions, they can go to va.gov/PACT. That's va.gov/PACT to answer any of those questions. This was a great effort that, again, was the result of a grassroots push by veterans all across our country, and we must make sure that every single veteran gets the benefits that that law opened the door to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, House Republicans will introduce H.R. 4366, FY24 Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriations Bill to fully fund our Veterans Affairs Department. As a 24-year Army veteran and chairwoman of the Veterans Affairs Health Subcommittee, I understand how crucial it is to have a fully funded VA department. These appropriations bills will ensure that the VA has the resources needed to continue their vital operations. Current armed services members will also see an over $17 billion investment that will go entirely towards improving the quality of life in their barracks and family housing. These common sense policies will help improve the VA and the military as a whole, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Iowans are experiencing one of the hottest summers in history. In weather like this, ensuring our home stays cool and comfortable is top of mind for many, but it's also life-saving. Unfortunately for us, the Biden administration is telling Americans that their thermostats should be at 78 degrees when they're home during the day and even higher when sleeping. How can anyone be comfortable in their home with the thermostat set so high? That is why I, along with my good friend Senator Ernst, introduced the Lead by Example Act. This bill would require the Department of Energy and the Environmental Protection Agency's office buildings to set their Department of Energy's recommendation of at least 78 degrees. Set their thermostat where they're recommending it be set for you. Currently, with so many DOE officials working from home, taxpayers are paying to cool empty office buildings. Once again, do as I say, not as I do, and it's outrageous that Biden's executive agencies are the exception to the rule. Yet the Department of Energy is urging hardworking Americans to change their lifestyles without any consideration for varying climates or health concerns. That is why I'm proud to join Senator Ernst on the Lead by Example Act, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and memory of former Hawkeye football player Cody Ince, who passed away unexpectedly at the age of 23. Before Cody became a Hawkeye, he grew up in Wisconsin, playing football and graduating from Unity High School in Balsam Lake. In 2018, Cody came to Iowa City to be an offensive lineman for the Hawkeye football and helped the team earn a winning record all 3 seasons he played. Cody also received all Big Ten honorable mention in 2020, an honor given to standout players for their accomplishments on the field. After graduating in 2022, Cody moved back to Wisconsin and got engaged to his fiancée, Olivia, where they were preparing to start their life together before his sudden passing. My prayers go out to Olivia and to his parents, Tammy and Marty, and I cannot imagine the pain of losing a child. And I will continue to pray for your family in this time of mourning. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to congratulate Annalise Bell, a student at Pella Christian High School, on her recent Team USA placement at the World Championships. She placed second among the female solo Junior 1 division at the International Dance Organization's World Acrobatic Dance Championships in Mexico this past week. The International Dance Organization is a nonprofit dance federation with over 90 member nations representing dancers from all continents. Annalise, you are such a talented young lady. Thank you for representing the United States and Iowa well. I'd like to wish a happy anniversary to my district staff, John Kaufman, and his wife, Rachel, on their second wedding anniversary on July 31st. Happy anniversary, John and Rachel. Happy 40th wedding anniversary to my very good friend, Kurt and Kathy Haller, on August 13th. Happy 44th wedding anniversary to Mary and Kirk Ferentz this August. And I'd especially like to wish a very happy 40th anniversary on September 4th to my husband, Kurt. Happy birthday, honey. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the chance to travel with a bipartisan group of members of the House to Brazil, Colombia, and Panama. During our trip, we discussed important issues like immigration, counterterrorism, trade, and national security. In Brazil, I learned about the increasing presence of the Chinese Communist Party from local law enforcement officials. In Colombia, we discussed efforts to combat illegal drug trafficking. We met with leading officials on the long-standing bilateral relationship between the United States and Colombia. In Panama, I saw firsthand the challenging conditions faced by migrants attempting to travel to the United States and live their American dream here. I have empathy for the people I met, and this experience reinforced the importance of addressing immigration with compassion and respect. Listen, Mr. Speaker, the United States is a shining beacon of democracy, and I'm not surprised that people from all over the world want to come here. But we need to ensure that our borders are secure, that the American people are safe, and migrants are treated with dignity and fairness. This was an eye-opening experience that affirmed the need for strong, smart, and strategic policies that advance our national interests and our values abroad and protect our homeland and democracy. We also must diligently combat the Chinese Communist Party's increasing presence in the region. I'll continue to closely monitor developments in this area and work towards a pragmatic approach to foreign policy that puts America's security first. Finally, we must take up and pass comprehensive immigration reform. I'm eternally optimistic that we can get something done in this Congress. At the end of the day, addressing the situation at the border and taking up comprehensive immigration reform should not be a Democrat or a Republican issue. The American people deserve more than politics as usual, and the time for action is now. So let's work together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, to secure our border and advance comprehensive immigration reform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as a Christian, a father, and conservative member of Congress, I make no secret about it. I am absolutely and 100% unapologetically pro-life. I believe life begins at conception, and I believe that we must do everything we can to protect the innocent children living in their mother's wombs who are unable to protect themselves. This week, House Republicans will be considering, and the House will be considering, H.R. 4368, the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies appropriations bill for fiscal year 2024. This bill not only funds many valuable programs on which our farmers and families rely to get food and fiber to our tables, but it also funds the Food and Drug Administration, which plays a vital role in the food and drug safety of our country. Recently, under President Joe Biden, the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, has done the unthinkable. It has approved and expanded the use of mifepristone, a drug that induces a chemical abortion, for delivery by mail. This is wrong on so many levels. For starters, let me be clear. This is a deadly drug, not only for the baby in the womb, but it can also be deadly for the expectant mother taking it. According to a scholarly article in Issues in Law and Medicine entitled Deaths and Severe Adverse Events After the Use of Mifepristone as an Abortifacient from September 2000 to February 2019, out of 2,660 codable adverse reactions, 20 resulted in deaths. 529 were life-threatening to the mother, and 1,957 were severe adverse reactions. Given the potentially deadly side effects, what possible justification does the FDA have to approve such a dangerous drug for distribution through the mail, allowing patients to self-administer it without close medical supervision, given the potentially dangerous side effects? Giving a political payback to the abortion industrial complex is not a justification. In fact, there is no justification whatsoever, in my view. Regardless of where you stand on the debate about abortion, this is truly abhorrent. Now, I don't believe anyone in their right minds would say this drug is safe for human consumption. We already know for sure that consuming this drug ends one human life, and it has the potential to actually end 2 lives every time a pregnant woman takes it. That's why Republicans have included language in the appropriations bill that funds the FDA that prohibits the use of this dangerous and deadly mail-order chemical abortion drug. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can recognize the clear and present danger this FDA policy represents and make the common sense decision to support this provision rather than trying to strip it out in the amendment process. We can only hope for a future where these practices finally come to an end. But until then, conservatives like me will continue fighting to rein in the FDA's reckless approval of dangerous drugs that put women's health in danger and to keep all innocent and voiceless children safe from this abhorrent practice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a pillar of the Hunt County community. In a world filled with media pundits and talking heads, Brad Keller was a journalist in every sense of the word. There is a void left by Brad's passing, and I would like to honor his memory today while borrowing excerpts from Brad's colleague, Travis Haregrove. In the hearts and minds of people across Hunt County, the Herald Banner newspaper and Brad Keller were one and the same, and the two names were used interchangeably for the 30 years that he served his community as a tireless reporter of news stories both big and small. Even more important than his work ethic, though, were the relationships Brad built and the trust he earned through the care he put into his reporting and through his kind, affable nature. Many Hunt County residents came to know him as a friend, and his readers enjoyed the collective giggles and groans brought on by Brad's predictably corny puns and self-deprecating jokes. Brad's beloved wife, Vita, said he was loved and he touched a lot of people. He loved his job, he loved writing, he loved the art of making a story, and he loved the people of Greenville and could find good in just about anyone. With Brad being such a household name in Hunt County, many forget that he was originally from Illinois. This, however, didn't affect his devotion to his adopted community, which was evidenced by his sacrifice and commitment to service. Some of the award-winning things he wrote were picked up by the Associated Press, and it was around one of those times that he received an offer from the New York Times to join their staff. He actually considered moving to New York, but ultimately turned down the job because Brad and Vita wanted their children to grow up in a town where they knew everyone, and therefore everyone would know what their kids were up to. Also, Brad loved what he did, and he genuinely cared for the community he lived in and wrote about. Brad's dedication to service also made an impression on his eldest son, Nick, who went on to study journalism at Texas A&M University at Commerce and later worked in mass media for several years. Nick recently said, "For me, he was a role model, and he showed me what it was to be a man." Brad's love for his community wasn't limited to the way he did his job. It was accentuated by the way he poured himself into the lives of others, particularly with the kids at his wife's daycare, Vita's Stepping Stones Learning Center. Brad often visited the daycare center where he encouraged the children to be inquisitive, and he rarely missed the opportunity to let them know that they were special and that they were loved. The extent to which Brad cherished people, especially children, was probably intensified by the complications his daughter, Jalen, went through when she was born prematurely 24 years ago. At one point, they thought that they might lose her, but as soon as they knew she was going to be okay, Brad held Jalen in his arms, and Vita heard him say, "Love is going to hold you because God has put his hand on you." While the example of love and devotion that Brad showed his family will continue to inspire them for the rest of their lives, the extent to which he touched the lives of so many has been reflected by the flood of condolences and memories that have been shared since his passing. I want to conclude my remarks with a remembrance from our mutual friend, Greenville Mayor Jerry Ransom, who commented at a city council meeting that Brad was a staple in our community with his steadfast reporting of Greenville and Hunt County news. More than anything, I think he was also a very proud father, husband, and friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January 21st, 2021, I introduced articles of impeachment against Joe Biden. And less than 2 weeks later, I was kicked off all of my committees by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. They said it was for Facebook comments and replies and likes, but we all know the truth. It was because my articles of impeachment on Joe Biden were correct. He was indeed abusing his power as Vice President of the United States. Now we have more information to prove that not only was I right then, but it was more damning than we already knew. But I'd like to roll back. President Trump was wrongfully impeached twice, and both of these impeachments must be expunged by the House of Representatives. But what I'd like to talk about is the difference in the type of information we have. The Democrats brought out the Steele dossier. The Steele dossier was written as a Democrat political opposition research paper. The information was written by a contractor and it was fed to the FBI with no transparency on subsources. The contractor had no primary source information, and the FBI operationalized uncorroborated claims to secure FISA warrant on political campaign official of opposing political party. Information was later debunked by Congress, the Inspector General, and Special Counsel investigations. But the mainstream media won Pulitzer Prizes on the bogus Russia narrative. And then they led the witch hunt, leading to impeaching President Trump over a phone call with the president of Ukraine. But let me tell the House what type of information we actually have. We have an FBI form called an FD 1023 form, and here's the difference for the public listening. On the 1023 form, the information originated from an FBI informant who'd been relied upon for many years and was considered the FBI's top informant. It was also paid $200,000 for multiple years by the FBI. Information was written by the FBI agent in official FBI form and relied on no additional subsources. The FBI informant was a direct eye and ear witness to the information provided. The FBI apparently took no action to further the investigative claim. The FBI has refused to describe any investigative steps to assess the investigative information. Therefore, it has not been debunked, despite White House's lies and false claims. The mainstream media has largely ignored the story or parroted the White House false claim. What does the FD 1023 form tell you? I'll tell you exactly what it says, because not only have I read it, I also have it in my possession right here. And this is a form that the entire American people, the entire public should have because it's unclassified. But Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, forced us to read it in a SCIF and would not hand it over to us. Thankfully, Senator Chuck Grassley released this form because it was provided to him by a brave whistleblower. This form entails the damning information that then Vice President Joe Biden took a $5 million bribe from the oligarch that owns Burisma. Not only did Joe Biden take a $5 million bribe, so did Hunter Biden. And what did Joe Biden deliver as Vice President of the United States? He got Viktor Shokin, the Ukrainian prosecutor general, fired from his job. How did Joe Biden, Vice President, get that done? He threatened to withhold $1 billion of U.S. aid to Ukraine until Viktor Shokin was fired. And you want to know what? He was fired. In 2016, Joe Biden himself bragged to the Foreign Council and told them that he got him fired. He bragged about it. It's on video. But that's not all they've done. Hunter Biden has also gotten his father on the phone over 24 times to talk with his business partners and talk with them about the business that they are doing. And even more so, in our possession, through our investigations on our Republican-led committees, we also have a WhatsApp chat that says, from Hunter Biden, I am sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Who's his father? Joe Biden. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand, and now means tonight. And it continues on. What I'm demanding is that the Republican-led House of Representatives move forward on an impeachment inquiry on Joe Biden, because this type of corruption should never be allowed to stand. We must expunge President Trump's wrongful impeachments, and we must impeach Joe Biden. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to honor the 100th anniversary of Burns Chevrolet throughout South Carolina. C. Weldon, otherwise known as C.W. Burns, was inspired by his grandfather to learn to become a mechanic. His family's dreams became a reality as he graduated from the Royal Automotive and Tractor School in Kansas City, Missouri on September 5th, 1919, at the young age of 19. Upon completing the program, CW returned to Pageland, South Carolina to work in a garage. The owner gave CW a raise after his first week because he did far more work than any other mechanic there. Soon afterwards, CW opened his own service station, eventually starting his first Chevrolet dealership in Pageland on July 15, 1923, 100 years ago today. In 1927, CW expanded his business and bought Ellison Chevrolet in Lancaster, South Carolina, with a partner, Mr. W.H. Cato. They originally named it Burns & Cato, Inc. Later, CW bought out Mr. Cato's shares for $5,250 on February 5, 1930, therefore owning the entire branch. Following the success of the Lancaster branch, CW bought Kershaw Chevrolet with his brother Jimmy R. Burns and W.H. Shaw Jr. in 1931. In 1959, CW realized it would be far too much family for Lancaster Motor Company to absorb shortly after his twin sons graduated from college. Therefore, CW sent his son, C. Weldon Burns Jr., to Rock Hill, South Carolina, to open Burns Chevrolet there. Weldon purchased the Chevrolet dealership in Rock Hill on July 17, 1959. Weldon then partnered with Claude W. Burns III and D. Frank Polk Jr. in Burns Chevrolet in Rock Hill. Weldon then opened Burns Chevrolet Automotive in Gaffney, South Carolina. A few years later, in 1989, Weldon bought out Frank in Gaffney, and C. Sam Burns partnered with Weldon in Gaffney, South Carolina. Weldon and his three sons applied for the Ford dealership in Lancaster and were appointed Ford dealers on February 17, 1974. Robert W. Burns bought out his dad and brothers in 2003 to have sole ownership of Burns Ford in Lancaster. To usher in the new generation of Burns to the family business, Claude W. Burns III added the Cadillac brand in Rock Hill to the family collection on June 30, 2000. Additionally, D. Frank Polk became the Buick GMC dealer in Gaffney, South Carolina, shortly after 2005. In 2010, Charles Samuel Burns became the dealer at Burns Chevrolet in Gaffney and sole owner until he appointed his son, Charles S. Burns Jr., a partner and dealer in 2020. On January 27, 2017, Weldon's sons, Claude and Robert, along with Claude's son, James R. Burns, added a new Ford dealership in York, South Carolina. James R. Burns continues to become the dealer of the Burns Chevrolet at Cadillac in Rock Hill. I recognize the century of dedication and service the entire Burns family has brought to the automotive industry in South Carolina. The Burns family has set the gold standard for what has made America the greatest nation known to man, our free enterprise system. The Burns family has for over 100 years continues to serve and gain new customers. And again, from all of us that live and reside in South Carolina, a firm thank you. I reserve back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Houchin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, back home in Sellersburg, Indiana, Silver Creek High School's baseball team made history by winning the program's first ever Class 3A state title. It's truly an honor and privilege to recognize Silver Creek High School on the House floor. This is not only an impressive victory, but a testament to the guidance and leadership of Coach Joe Decker and his coaching staff, who worked diligently to mold these young men not only into state champions, but future leaders. Coach Decker, I hope you enjoy your well-deserved retirement. Gentlemen, your countless hours of practice, preparation, and teamwork has finally paid off and will, without a doubt, inspire future generations of players and coaches to strive for both excellence and good sportsmanship. You have not only made your school proud, but your entire community and your Congresswoman. I look forward with great anticipation to see what you will accomplish next. Congratulations once again on your first ever state championship win. I'm sure it won't be your last. As a member of the House Financial Services Committee, a member of the ESG Working Group, and the representative of the 9th District of Indiana, I can say with certainty that we need the SEC to be transparent and accountable to the American people. In my work with committee, one issue I've been particularly focused on is the shareholder proposal process. In the current system, activists can persistently resubmit similar far-left proposals year after year, despite those proposals being previously rejected by a majority of shareholders. This shift in focus toward advancing environmental, social, and political policies distracts from the primary purpose of our public markets: to enable companies to raise capital, foster economic growth, and provide a return on investment for everyday investors. The SEC's recent proposals would make this problem worse by allowing more and more politically motivated shareholder proposals to be considered. This busy work provides no benefit to business. So why would we allow these already decided on political topics to plague our boardrooms? It's simply not fair to companies, including the ones across my district, to have to continuously invest resources in fighting or litigating activist proposals that clearly do not benefit the company or its shareholders, especially when similar proposals have already been rejected. The SEC proposals defy logic and sound investment strategy. That's why last week I introduced the No Expensive Stifling Governance Act, or the No ESG Act. As the very first bill of its kind to be introduced in Congress, the No ESG Act would stop this burdensome rule from being enacted and help put an end to redundant and onerous ESG shareholder proposals. More specifically, for companies listening back home, this would address the SEC's proposed amendments to Rule 14A-8. While the current system benefits a small group of activists over everyday investors, this proposed rule would increase the burden on shareholders and businesses and divert attention away from issues that actually matter. The bottom line: Southern Indiana companies shouldn't be forced to become political platforms where politics overshadow sound decision-making. When I said my priority was to improve the financial landscape in the 9th District, I meant it. Accomplishing that depends heavily on putting forth legislation that would make a real difference, and the No ESG Act is that kind of legislation. I'm glad to be contending on behalf of the state of Indiana to solve this problem that has been overlooked for far too long. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the monumental effort happening in my district at the Tucson Passport Center and Western Passport Center. The employees here are working around the clock, sometimes 7 days a week, to help Americans across our country receive their passports during an unprecedented surge in demand and clear the backlog of applications. These men and women are not only helping Americans in a timely manner, but they're also coming up with creative, innovative solutions so travelers' plans are not disrupted. A record 500,000 passport applications are being submitted every week, every single week, by our friends and our neighbors. Families going on vacations, students studying abroad, business travelers seeking trade opportunities. Whatever the reason, Americans are traveling abroad like never before. They aren't going to get very far without a passport. Now, the Western Passport Center is seeing upwards of 200 in-person emergency and urgent traveler encounter appointments per day. The Tucson Passport Center has ramped up operations to print 80,000 passports per day, working in tandem with colleagues in Arkansas to supply the 29 passport agencies and centers across our country. Last month alone, Tucson printed 1.1 million passports, eclipsing the million they printed the month before. I'm honored to have these passport centers in Arizona's 6th Congressional District. These individuals are really stepping up on behalf of myself, my constituents, and all the people they have helped. I want to thank them for a job well done. With that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm reminded of the old hymn, "There's power in the blood." Power in the blood, wonder-working power. Also reminds me of something else. Congress has the power of the purse. You see, Madam Speaker, yesterday before I returned to D.C., I had a meeting with a local county official, which I thought we were going to discuss the infrastructure and workforce problems. He wanted to talk to me about veterans, homeless veterans, and how it was increasing so much in his county. And the fact that we have borders that are just porous, with record numbers of people crossing those borders, and here we are setting them up in rooms and with food. Yet we've got veterans all across this country living under bridges. When I got to the world's busiest airport, ran into a dear friend, Marine, on his way to his next assignment. You know, Madam Speaker, I thought it was very ironic because here we are this week and we're discussing military construction, veteran affairs, and related agencies' appropriations bill. That's right, power of the purse. You see, we owe our veterans a debt of gratitude that we can't ever repay them. And we owe our military, our current members of the military, all the tools that they can get in their toolbox. That's why this week we're going to be discussing things. We are fully funding the health program for our veterans, fully funding the veterans' benefits in all the VA programs. And we're also focusing on infrastructure investments for our current military. There's another thing we have with that power of the purse, not just funding, but cutting. See, we're going to cut DEI and CRT out of our military that are hurting recruitment and killing morale. Madam Speaker, I encourage, as we go throughout this week and we have this debate, for your salvation, I encourage my colleagues focus on that power of the blood. But I also encourage you to focus on the power of the purse for these appropriation bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week in this great House, we are set to consider this year's Agriculture Appropriations Bill, a piece of legislation that will impact not only our farmers, but every American across this great nation. This legislation, put forward by my colleagues on the House Appropriations Committee, represents a critical step forward in safeguarding our nation's food and drug supply, supporting our farmers, and ensuring that all Americans, including those in rural communities and low-income families, have access to essential nutrition programs. If we learn anything from the pandemic, it's that we should have a strong domestic supply chain so that we aren't relying on foreign countries for things like food and medication. This bill demonstrates our commitment to strengthening our national security and our food supply by making strategic allocations for agricultural research, rural broadband, and programs focused on animal and plant health. These are not just budgetary allocations. They are investments in the future of our nation. By providing sufficient funds for a strong supply chain for safe food, drugs, and medical devices, we reaffirm our dedication to the well-being of every American. This legislation further protects our national security by ensuring that agricultural land remains out of the hands of foreign adversaries, such as Communist China, Russia, North Korea, or Iran, safeguarding our national interests. Our efforts to rein in wasteful spending and bureaucracy are paramount. This bill will redirect funds from partisan bills, such as the Inflation Reduction Act, and utilize them to support our producers in our rural communities. I've personally met with dairy farmers, grape growers, and other agricultural producers in my district to understand the unique challenges faced by our farmers in our rural communities. I'm proud to support this year's agricultural appropriations legislation and to demonstrate our commitment to our hardworking farmers, rural communities, and all Americans who rely on a safe and secure food and drug supply. I urge my colleagues to stand together in support of this critical legislation, and I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I also rise today to comment on the two appropriation bills before the House this week. and to point out that I would like to thank the Appropriations Committee for doing a good job on both bills. We're going to take up this week the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Bill and the Agriculture, Rural Development, and Food and Drug Administration Bill. I'm proud to say the U.S. has the strongest military in the world, but I recently ran into someone on break and heard about the horrible conditions, almost embarrassing conditions, you got to kind of wonder about the military, that they had to live in. From our special operations, but in any event, when we put together this bill, we had to make sure that the living conditions for the military was such that they are, first of all, appropriate for such brave fighting men and women, and secondly, that we continue to attract and retain our people who've signed up for the military. It is apparent, therefore, that of all the appropriation bills that will come up, the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Bill, contrary to what we've been hearing around here in partisan attacks, does contain an increase in funding over last year's bill. Just about the only segment of the government that does. Meanwhile, I'm glad to say that the agriculture bill contains a significant reduction over last year. Why do we have to spend less? For one thing, because the excessive spending is where the inflation comes from. Too many dollars sloshing around the U.S. economy. And those dollars have led to the spiraling out of control cost of housing and the out of control cost of automobiles. So the Republicans have done a good job of, at least with regard to discretionary spending, finally saying we should have a year in which the overall level of spending is going down. First of all, or I would also like to say, I'd like to point out some of the things that are funded in the agriculture bill. We continue to have critical investments in agriculture research and rural broadband. I'll tell you, I have a rural state. I have 10 counties, and when I show up at my towns association, again and again I hear about the need for more rural broadband for health purposes and also to keep up to date on all research and anything else that we have to do to help people in the rural areas. I'm also glad that we're going to prevent the purchase of agricultural land from foreign countries that will inevitably lead to a loss in this country of our sovereignty. We're going to be, even more importantly, eliminating the new USDA's new Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office, which I think requires a little bit more of a discussion. It's not that huge of an office, but I think the effort of President Biden to continue to emphasize this equity, diversity, is misplaced. The goal of these offices is to, I think, encourage people to view people by where their ancestors came from, not where they are now. A goal is clearly to persuade the American public that we have racial problems. If you look at the statistics, that just plain is not so. And I want to point these things out for everyone, including any children who may be getting the wrong idea from television or from education areas. During the last year, the 10 countries that saw the greatest number of people sworn in as Americans were in order: Mexico, Philippines, India, Dominican Republic, China, Cuba, Colombia, Vietnam, Haiti, and El Salvador. None of these countries are European countries. In other words, people from everywhere else around the world are trying to get in here. Obviously, we do not have a big racial problem in this country, or all these people would not be trying to come here. Another interesting list is the most successful in terms of income people coming to the United States. Number one, people from India, and I know a lot of very successful people from India. Frequently they came here not even knowing how to speak English. but they succeed by hard work and strong families. People from the Philippines, people from Taiwan, people from Cuba, people from Pakistan, all doing better than the native born. And I'm very pleased the Appropriations Committee removed this DEI funding. So I intend to vote for these bills, and I end my statement. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and eternal God, you have made everything suitable for its time. Give us pause to consider the beauty inherent in this day and the rightness of all that is around us at this very moment. What a challenge that presents us, as there is so much that is far from beautiful, so much that isn't right. Yet you have set eternity in our heart, and this is a mystery we cannot comprehend. We are blind to your creative and redemptive work in our lives. Give us faith, O God, then, in your eternal purpose. Grant us the faith to believe that you see all things, past, present, and future. All the things of yesterday, today, and tomorrow are subject to you. Remind us that you are outside and above time. Your power to guide and direct our steps, order our days, is not restricted to the limitations of our linear understanding. In our haste to control the chaos around us, in our anxiety in the face of uncertainty, in our impatience to rectify the wrongness we battle daily, grant us a sense of your steadfast love and sovereign protection, which was granted us in eternity past, abides with us now, and will guide us in the future. Sure of your everlasting kindness, we offer our prayers in your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Now, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California today, Mr. Liu.
Let's pledge allegiance to the greatest nation in the world. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and ask for time to advise and rescind my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we must never forget the debt of gratitude we owe to our nation's heroes. This year's Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Appropriation Bill does just that. First and foremost, this bill ensures that veterans' health care programs receive full funding. We have an obligation to provide them with the best medical care and support that they deserve without compromise. This initiative also aims to make the VA more efficient, which will give our veterans improved access to the care and the resources they need to lead fulfilling lives after their service. Beyond funding, we recognize the need to address the challenges our veterans face as they transition back to civilian life. Our focus remains on preserving and strengthening programs that assist veterans in finding meaningful employment, educational opportunities, and mental health support. In conclusion, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to show our veterans the same unwavering dedication that they have shown to us. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
On July 19th, 2023, federal judge Lewis Kaplan rejected Donald Trump's request for a new trial and confirmed that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. I'm going to submit this court ruling into the congressional record, and now I'm going to read you what the judge found. On page 43, the judge wrote, Ms. Carroll testified that the sexual assault, the rape, of which she accused Mr. Trump, involved especially painful, forced digital penetration. The judge further writes, The testimony of the outcry witnesses, Ms. Birnbach and Ms. Martin, corroborated the essence of Ms. Carroll's account of a violent, traumatic sexual assault. On page 44, the judge wrote, "The jury's finding of sexual abuse therefore necessarily implies that it found that Mr. Trump forcibly penetrated her vagina." The judge further writes, in other words, that he raped her. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Pella Corporation of Pella, Iowa, for being named one of America's greatest workplaces of 2023 by Newsweek. This designation focuses on categories such as professional development, job satisfaction, compensation, work-life balance, and other categories. Pella has been a mainstay in our community for 98 years, a family-owned business, and employs over 10,000 people nationwide. Pella is one of the most innovative companies in the United States and has over 150 patents. They actively work to create space for professional development and employee empowerment. Congratulations, Pella Corporation, for this recognition, and thank you for continuing to make our community proud. I'd like to wish a happy 20th anniversary to my sister and brother-in-law, Mary Eleanor and Ralph Martino, on September 6th. Happy anniversary, Mary Eleanor and Ralph. I'd like to extend a first anniversary wishes to Taylor, my daughter, and her husband, David Lazarowitz, on September 4th. Happy anniversary, Taylor and David. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week, House Republicans and the House of Representatives will be considering the fiscal year 2024 Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies appropriations bill, which prioritizes agencies and programs that protect our nation's food and drug supply and support America's farmers, ranchers, and rural communities, like the ones I represent in Tennessee. As a farmer and former state agriculture commissioner, I cannot overly stress the importance of the programs in this bill and how farmers and families rely on them. Whether it's rural broadband, WIC, or supplemental nutrition, the programs in this bill go a long way to make sure folks have enough food and fiber to be productive citizens in our society. But that's not all this bill does. It reins in wasteful Washington spending, protects the lives of the unborn children, and prohibits agricultural land purchases by those associated with foreign adversaries. I applaud the work of the Appropriations Committee to include these provisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Okay. For what purpose does my colleague from the state of Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to talk about the heinous attack on LGBTQ plus service members and veterans, including in the fiscal year Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations bills. Now, while it's no surprise that Republicans continue their consistent attempts to dehumanize, discriminate, and devalue LGBTQ plus people, it's shameful that they have chosen to carry this distasteful political attack into this body's appropriations process. Why? Because this is a voluntary military, Mr. Speaker, and there are 1 million gay and lesbian veterans. More than 130,000 of them identify as transgender. And on top of that, 65,000 active duty members currently serving in our military identify as LGBTQ. And in their bill, which we will debate later on in this week, Republicans argue that we got to turn our back on these volunteers who have dedicated their lives to serving our country, that they do not deserve access to life-saving health care and services based on their identity is ridiculous.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I would urge all my colleagues to stick with our LGBTQ veterans, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Excuse me, from what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize a dedicated public servant to our country, Jessica Carter. Jess has been my right hand for the past few years, helping me better serve the people of Washington's 4th Congressional District as my Chief of Staff. During that time, she has led our team with integrity, grit, and unparalleled resolve. Now, after almost 30 years of serving our nation, she will be leaving Capitol Hill. As one of the Hill's finest, Jess started in 1995, moving up the ranks from legislative assistant to deputy chief of staff in the office of Richard Pombo. She then served as deputy chief of staff and senior advisor for Representative Steve Pierce, then director of public policy at the National Industries for the Blind, and then following that, chief of staff for Representative Stephen Fincher and Francis Rooney before joining my team in 2020. After joining Team Newhouse, Jess has been instrumental in helping my office pass 59 pieces of legislation while keeping our team working together every single day. We've been able to achieve extraordinary wins for Central Washington and our nation. Many consider her both a friend and a colleague, and she will most certainly be missed in the halls of Congress. As my entire staff knows, once a member of Team Newhouse, always a member of Team Newhouse. I wish you all the best, Jess. Capitol Hill will not be the same without you. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Officer Jake Wallin, a brave young veteran from St. Michael, Minnesota. On July 14th, while responding to a crash in South Fargo, a gunman shot and killed Jake and wounded 2 of his fellow officers and 1 civilian. Without hesitation, to protect those that he served, Officer Jake Wallin made the ultimate sacrifice. My prayers go out to the Wallin family. Please know that the people of Western Minnesota share your loss, and we pray for Jake's family and for his law enforcement family. Let us never take for granted the heroes that walk among us. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart to honor the life of former Knox County Commissioner Chair Thomas Tank Strickland, who passed away on July 18th at 70 years old. Tank grew up in East Tennessee, and he attended Austin East High School. He graduated from the University of Tennessee before becoming the first black chair of the Knox County Commission. He dedicated his life to making Knoxville a much better place. When he announced his retirement, he said he hoped he left every situation, organization, and person in a better condition than when he started. Mr. Speaker, that was a great understatement. Even after retiring in 2016, Tank continued to serve the East Knoxville community and the entire community as a whole. Just a week before he passed away, he asked me to honor some of East Tennesseans, Leo and Judy Whiteside, here on the House floor for their service to the community. He handwrote his notes, and then he sent them to our office. It's a true testament to how much he loved our community and folks around him. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful not just for his service to Knoxville, but also that I could call him a dear friend. When my daddy had his stroke, he would check on my mama every day in the hospital. And my mama would always say, that handsome young man came by. I guess he had a way with the ladies, and my mama loved him. And Tank was a dear friend to me and my parents, and my girls, and he left a great legacy and made our community a better place. He leaves his lovely wife, Terry, and a bunch of Omega Psi Phi brothers. And I know he's in heaven with Jesus, Mr. Speaker, but in a selfish way, I will miss him for the rest of my life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Biden has continued his fabricated excuses for Bidenomics. His message is not reality, understood by American families. According to the New York Post op-ed by Brian Rydell, senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, Bidenomics is a record of failure, and the president has spent $5 trillion over the next decade. This spending is driving prices upward by more than 18%. Since the president took office at a cost of $10,000 for the typical household, and hourly compensation has fallen by 5%, when incomes cannot keep pace with inflation and families are falling behind, few other economic variables matter, end of quote. Biden fails to recognize that inflation reached the highest rate in 40 years under his watch of borrow, tax, and spend, failing families and destroying jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12 Alpha of Rule 1 of the Chair declares the House in recess subject to call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motion to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1684 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1684, a bill to require the Secretary of State to submit an annual report to Congress regarding the ties between criminal gangs and political and economic elites in Haiti and impose sanctions on political and economic elites involved in such criminal activities.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to place into the record an exchange of letters between the chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Judiciary Committees.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prolonged political instability, exceptionally high poverty levels, a resurgence of cholera, food insecurity, a paralyzed economy, and crippling inflation prices, continuous devastating natural disasters, lack of access to adequate health care, distressing levels of insecurity. These are the ongoing crises facing the people of Haiti. And tragically, they are being made worse by corrupt oligarchs and political elites in the country who use gangs as a tool to advance their personal interests and gain power. Those lawless gangs are responsible for an exponential rise in violence and horrific human rights abuses. They are wreaking havoc against an already vulnerable population. I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from New York, Ranking Member Meeks, who worked with Chairman McCall and their bipartisan co-sponsors to help confront those predators with this bill. This bill ensures that the Secretary of State will impose sanctions on Haiti's economic and political elite responsible for mobilizing these gangs to carry out their dirty work, which has unleashed violence with no end in sight. The bill also requires annual reports to Congress on the ties between these gangs and political and economic elites in Haiti. To help the Haitian people restore democratic order, we must hold corrupt elites accountable for the violence they are instigating. Prohibiting these criminals from traveling to and operating in the United States is an important step in that direction. I urge support for this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1684, the Haiti Criminal Collusion Transparency Act of 2023, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
It is no secret that Haiti is in a dire situation. A United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime report released this year highlighted increasingly sophisticated and high-caliber firearms and ammunition being trafficked into Haiti amid an unprecedented and rapidly deteriorating security situation. This level of criminal activity is the craft of experienced, well-connected individuals who have long utilized crises and instability in Haiti to gain economic control and increase their political sphere of influence. There are as many as 200 gangs in Haiti who now control at least 85% of Port-au-Prince. Gang violence has resulted in the killing of over 1,200 people in Haiti in the first 5 months of the year alone. In just 11 days, the Bas Grand Grif gang murdered 69 people and injured another 83, forcing authorities to abandon several police stations. Authorities believe the gang is responsible for the killing of 14 Haitian national police officers in late January as part of its ongoing violence. Political insecurity following Moise's assassination has only furthered the declining security situation. The Haitian national government's last democratically elected officials' terms expired in January, and new elections are postponed indefinitely. And while we continue to push for a Haitian-led solution to these challenges, the United States must do what it can to not allow corrupt officials to travel freely to the United States. And I am committed to upholding corrupt officials accountable and prohibiting their travel to the United States, and this legislation would help in those efforts. H.R. 1684 authorizes the Secretary of State to sanction Haiti's economic and political elite, who regularly use gangs to leverage and maintain power. The bill also ensures that Congress receives regular reports on Haitian gang activity and related criminality. The Haitian people need to believe that their voices matter and that their government exists to improve their quality of life, not make it more burdensome. We know these conditions are causing the rise in migration out of Haiti as people seek freedom and safety at any cost. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe we have a duty to make sure that we identify and hold accountable those who relish in the chaos caused by supporting gang activity, using kidnappings and rape to control and silence communities, and using coercion to bring youth in and around Port-au-Prince into the disservice of criminal activity. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Representative Connolly.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Haiti Criminal Collusion Transparency Act, introduced by my friend, the ranking member, Gregory Meeks of New York, to place international pressure on elites in Haiti who have exacerbated and benefited from the widespread instability and violence in that turbulent country. Nearly half of the country's population, close to 5 million Haitians, face acute hunger today. Haitians face drastic food, fuel, and medical equipment shortages. Cholera outbreaks are now widespread not far from our shore. And gangs dominate the Haitian economy and daily life through corruption, extortion, and brutal violence. In fact, the Haitian National Police and Haitian politicians are so compromised by gangs that lawlessness and instability are the new norm. Mr. Speaker, I thank Representative Meeks for keeping our attention on Haiti. The situation is, as he said, dire. And the only way we'll start helping Haiti root out corruption is to create a cost for those among the Haitian elite who benefit from crime and corruption. A little over a century ago, U.S. soldiers landed in Haiti's shores to stabilize a country in upheaval following the assassination of the then Haitian president. With the country once again destabilized following the assassination of another Haitian president, the United States must work with allies and partners to give the Haitian people a voice and to allow for them to take their country back from the gangs and the instability rampant in Haiti today. This time we must do so with an appreciation for our nation's sordid history in Haiti, mistakes we've made, and how we can do better by the Haitian people this time. We have a chance to redeem our own history. Again, I thank the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, for keeping our attention focused on Haiti as it should be, and for bringing this important piece of legislation to the floor, and I urge all of our colleagues to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York reserves.
Yes.
And the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman is reserves. The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Representative Sheila Sophiphilus McCormick.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, for leading this, and also the Chairman McCall. As the only Haitian American member in Congress, I was proud to help introduce the Haitian Collusion Transparency Act. This bill would require the Secretary of State to submit an annual report to Congress on the ties between criminal gangs and political and economic elites in Haiti. It would also impose the necessary sanctions on parties involved in such criminal activities. Armed criminal gangs continue to wreak havoc across Haiti, fanning the flames of a worsening humanitarian crisis and leading many to fear for their own safety. We've seen numerous accounts of rape against children, infants, and women. The gangs have gained strength for years without any kind of accountability. The assassination of Jovenel Moise in 2021 added fuel to the fire by shining a light on the connection between these violent criminal enterprises and corrupt leaders, along with the vying and levying a series of crippling economic sanctions. We can better address the chaos that has engulfed Haiti for years now. The instability impacts us right here at home. Traveling to Haiti has become extremely unsafe. A few months ago, 2 of my constituents were kidnapped visiting Haiti and were held for ransom by dangerous gangs. I'm grateful that they made it home, but no one should ever endure that by visiting Haiti. I will continue to support solutions that address the country's dire political and economic health situation, and I will work to continue on both sides of the aisles to put an end to the reign of terror in Haiti. And once again, I would like to thank our ranking member, Representative Meeks, and also our Chairman McCall for helping us push this forward. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is.
And I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Representative Sidney Kamlager Dove.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you to my ranking member, Mr. Meeks, and also to Chairman McCall. And to you, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1684. This timely piece of legislation, which I co-sponsored, calls attention to the unprecedented humanitarian and security crisis unfolding just miles from our shores in Haiti. And despite reports that sexual violence, kidnappings, displacement, and indiscriminate killings have swept the country, the international community has in many ways left Haitians to fend for themselves again as usual. The last thing we should do is write off Haiti's struggles as hopeless and insurmountable. The Haitian people have a long history of resilience and grit in the face of relentless man-made and natural disasters. After all, this is a country born out of the fight for dignity and human rights against colonialism, systemic racism, and slavery. Haitians are a people who have confronted every unthinkable obstacle that has come their way, and they have persevered against the odds. We must continue to support the Haitian people with concerted international action and intentional policies like this bill. I'm glad that this bill takes a strong step in holding accountable the economic and political elites who are perpetuating and benefiting from the country's chronic insecurity. I know there are members on both sides of the aisle who are deeply invested in Haiti's future and represent Haitian constituents. I worked with some of them to introduce a resolution calling for a redoubling of diplomatic efforts to help achieve a solution to the current impasse. There is more we can do, and there is more we must do in a strong, bipartisan way. I urge my colleagues not to turn a blind eye to Haiti, not to forget the Haitian people, and to support this important legislation. Haiti is our neighbor. Haiti deserves more. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is reserves, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Continue to yield. Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky continues to reserve, and the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time at this time, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I introduced and marked up this bill with robust bipartisan support. So I want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Chairman McCall and Chair of the subcommittee, Chairwoman Salazar, and of course, my colleagues who just spoke, Representative Surfalis McCormick and Representative Camlogger Dove, and others who work in a bipartisan way to ensure that Congress takes steps to address the crises created by Haitian gangs. Mr. Speaker, the people of Haiti deserve to know which organizations and individuals support destabilizing criminal activity, including those who take advantage of desperate people who are already extremely vulnerable, trafficking them throughout the region and making gains at every stop along the way. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow these elites, those who are paying the gangs, those who are incentivizing the gangs to create and do horrific things, just to keep walking with impunity. We've got to stand up and state that we're going to point them out and sanction them, to give the people of Haiti an opportunity to feel that their government and their country can move forward. We can no longer just talk about having elections without having the gangs wiped out and away from Haiti, because they would control the elections. And so this sends a message to those elites, those who are financing the gangs, those who think that they can continue their criminal activity. The United States is going to sanction you, and you won't be able to cross the borders and go back and forth. This bill requires the Secretary of State to submit an annual report to Congress regarding the ties between criminal gangs and political and economic elites in Haiti, and impose sanctions on political and economic elites involved in such criminal activities. I have a lot of Haitians in my district. They want some action. They want some relief from the activities of these criminal gangs. And the message that this bill sends and the follow-up with the administration will say that the United States House of Representatives, in a very bipartisan fashion, working collectively together, will not allow you to continue your corrupt criminal activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, what's going on in the nation of Haiti is just a human tragedy. And I again thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for leading this bipartisan bill, which, as he eloquently described, would require the Secretary of State to submit an annual report to Congress regarding the ties between criminal gangs and political and economic elites in Haiti, and thereby enable the Secretary of State to identify and impose sanctions on political and economic elites with links to criminal gangs, and hopefully in that effort improve the conditions that the people of Haiti are going through right now. And so this bill deserves our support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1684? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objections. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3203 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3203, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors, to hold Chinese officials accountable for the spread of illicit fentanyl and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my legislation, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act, that is currently before the House. The fentanyl crisis is one that is affecting families and communities across the United States. As of 2021, 70,601 Americans died as a result of synthetic opioid overdoses. As of 2020, 82.3% of all opioid-involved overdoses were the result of synthetic opioids. And last year, almost 70% of all drug overdose deaths were caused by fentanyl. Over 100,000 Americans' lives destroyed because of this. And this has certainly impacted my home state, the Commonwealth of Kentucky. A recent drug overdose report from the Kentucky Office of Drug Control Policy reported that there was a 14.5% increase in overdose deaths in my home state. And according to cases autopsied by the Kentucky Office of the State Medical Examiner and toxicology reports submitted by Kentucky coroners, the rise in the death toll was driven largely by an increased use of fentanyl, accounting for approximately 70% of all overdose deaths in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Unfortunately, this scourge has spread with the help of our greatest strategic threat, the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party. We know that China has historically been and remains the primary source of fentanyl in global circulation. Since the Trump administration tightened controls on the shipment of fentanyl into the United States, the CCP has adjusted their practices and begun producing precursor chemicals and outsourcing final production to cartel laboratories in Mexico to then exploit our porous southern border and poison the American people. In 2020, U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized 4.8 thousand pounds of fentanyl, or enough to kill over 1 billion people. Just a tiny little bit of this very deadly synthetic opioid is enough to kill. This figure more than tripled in just 2 years to 14.7 thousand pounds in 2022. And in the first 2 months of 2023, Customs and Border Protection seized 12.5 thousand pounds. And much of this is originating from China, exploiting the cartels and exploiting our open southern border. We must attack the production of fentanyl at its source by targeting the source of the precursors in China. My legislation places sanctions on Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors and holds senior government and Chinese political officials accountable for the spread of illicit fentanyl. Specifically, it amends the Fentanyl Sanctions Act to expand the definition of a foreign opioid trafficker to include any Chinese entity that produces, manufactures, distributes, sells, finances, or transports synthetic opioids or active pharmaceutical ingredients or chemicals used to produce synthetic opioids, and fails to take credible steps to detect or prevent opioid trafficking, including know your customer procedures or cooperation with U.S. counter-narcotics efforts. The expanded definition also includes any senior officials of the PRC government or other Chinese political official that has significant regulatory or law enforcement responsibilities and fails to take credible steps to combat foreign opioid traffickers. Their culpability, the culpability of the Chinese Communist Party in this epidemic in our country, does not end when their precursor products land in Mexico or illegally cross our southern border. We must look at every step of fentanyl's deadly supply chain. This bipartisan legislation passed the House Foreign Affairs Committee by voice vote earlier this year and is a needed step to control this deadly drug. I urge support for this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3203, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2023, and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. On both sides of the aisle, We recognize the devastating impact the opioid crisis has had on our families and communities. There's been too much tragic loss of life and too many families torn apart. Challenging problems require our working together to find solutions. Here at home, we need expanded education programs for students so that they understand the deadly risks associated with fentanyl consumption, and better funded rehab programs to help people get clean. And we need law enforcement and prosecutors to target major trafficking networks, but we should be careful not to repeat the excesses and inequities that undermined the war on drugs previously. In the international context, we need to incentivize countries to work with us, but also to demonstrate there are consequences for actions that increase the supply of these dangerous drugs with impunity. This bill takes that latter approach. It will beef up sanctions on major Chinese fentanyl traffickers that aid and abet opioid traffickers. The legislation bolsters reporting requirements on fentanyl trafficking under the national emergency declared by the President and includes reforms to the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. I want to be clear, we can't sanction our way out of this fentanyl crisis alone. Sanctions are an important tool, but we'll also need cooperation as well. If we want countries to limit the export of fentanyl precursors and work with us to prevent such substances from entering our country and poisoning our people, we will need the cooperation of law enforcement in other nations, like China and Mexico. That's a simple fact. Tough talk and acid freezes have their role, and I support them. But diplomacy and law enforcement cooperation are also part of the picture we need if we're going to conquer this problem. I want to thank Mr. Barr, my friend from Kentucky, and Chairman McCall for their advocacy on this important issue and bringing this legislation forward. Congress works on behalf of the American people best when we can collaborate, when we can support each other, when we work together. And both sides worked in good faith to get this deal done, and I salute the gentleman from Kentucky for his leadership. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
The gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I have no other speakers on this side that I know of.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, this is a scourge that has cost way too many lives. And educating our young people about its dangers, but also cracking down on those who, with abandon, are willing to poison our young people and damage our country is an important step. I support Mr. Barr's effort. I support this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Virginia for his bipartisan support for this important legislation. And this is a bipartisan bill for good reason, Mr. Speaker, because China has blamed the rise in overdose deaths in the United States and illicit fentanyl in the United States on the United States. The Chinese Communist Party has refused to address its role in this crisis. And while Mexico is now the principal source of illicit fentanyl and its analogs, cartels manufacture these drugs in covert laboratories with ingredients, precursor chemicals sourced largely from communist China. China is the primary source of chemical precursors used to synthesize fentanyl and other novel synthetic opioids, and this illicit fentanyl made in Mexican labs is then smuggled into the United States across our open and unforced southern border, making its way into communities and killing Americans. Killing many Americans in my home state of Kentucky. So no, Kentucky is not a border state, but Kentucky is impacted by the fact that these Chinese precursors are making their way into China and then smuggled across our southern border. And this is a huge problem, and we need to hold those individuals, those Chinese Communist Party officials accountable for this scourge, for poisoning the American people. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to defend the American people, to stop this scourge, to hold the Chinese Communist Party for their role in this poison that's pouring across our borders. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3203 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1176.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1176, a bill to amend the Taiwan Allies International Protection and Enhancement Initiative, Taipei, Act of 2019, to provide that the United States, as a member of any international organizations, should oppose any attempts by the People's Republic of China to resolve Taiwan's status by distorting the decisions, language, policies, or procedures of that organization and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Taiwan, an island of democracy and stability, is a key U.S. partner facing an increasingly aggressive Chinese Communist Party. Chinese military aggression is the most visible type of coercion against Taiwan. But CCP influence is widespread. In almost every international organization, the CCP is taking over leadership positions and pushing Taiwan aside. For far too long, the CCP has employed an insidious strategic approach to suppress Taiwan's participation in the international community. The Chinese Communist Party has undermined Taiwan and spread propaganda about that democracy's ability to participate in international organizations. We cannot turn a blind eye to this assault on the very institutions we helped build after World War II. There is no clearer example of the Chinese Communist Party's nefarious tactics than their manipulation of UN Resolution 2758. Passed in 1971, that resolution recognized the PRC as the UN representative for China. But it said nothing about Taiwan's UN representation or sovereignty. Yet the CCP propaganda wrongly claims that this resolution asserts PRC representation over Taiwan, and Beijing has used it as a weapon to prevent Taiwan from participating in international organizations. This resolution, which was intended to bring nations together, has instead been exploited to isolate Taiwan. We cannot allow this blatant assault on freedom to go unchallenged. Taiwan is a vibrant and thriving democracy rooted in freedom. Pushing the envelope on advanced technology like semiconductors. By supporting Taiwan's participation in international organizations, we bolster our own national security, we enhance regional stability, and we safeguard the interests of the United States and our allies. The consequences of Beijing's actions extend far beyond Taiwan's borders. The CCP's suffocating grip prevents Taiwan from sharing its invaluable expertise in areas such as public health, technology, and humanitarian aid. For example, Taiwan is not a member of the WHO because of the CCP. But it was Taiwan that came forward at the end of 2019 with an early warning of COVID-19. Meanwhile, the CCP robbed the world of critical time needed to counter the pandemic, causing millions to die around the world. This is what happens when the CCP manipulates international organizations. And this is what happens when Taiwan is excluded from international organizations. Millions die. By supporting Taiwan's meaningful participation in international organizations, we demonstrate to the CCP that we stand firm in our commitment to promoting freedom, democracy, and human rights. I want to thank the gentleman from Virginia and fellow co-chair of the Taiwan Caucus, Mr. Connolly, for introducing this bipartisan bill, of which I am a proud original co-sponsor. H.R. 1176 will send a clear message to the CCP that we will not tolerate their attempts to suppress, delegitimize, and coerce Taiwan and its people. The Taiwan Relations Act holds that it is the United States policy to maintain their capacity to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion. That policy must include the stance we are taking today to resist the Chinese Communist Party's coercive tactics at international organizations. This bill deserves our unanimous support. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I thank my friend from Kentucky, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to echo his fervent desire that we merit unanimous support for this piece of legislation. I rise in support of the Taiwan International Solidarity Act, which I authored with my friend John Curtis of Utah, to stand up for Taiwan's participation in international organizations against the backdrop of an ever bellicose People's Republic of China. Our bill responds to Beijing's aggression by strengthening the Taipei Act of 2019 to clarify that UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 does not preclude the United States from using its vote, voice, and influence to resist the reckless campaign against Taiwan's rightful place on the world stage. Taiwan International Solidarity Act amends the Taipei Act of 2019, a bill that passed by a unified bipartisan vote of 415 to 0. It instructs the U.S. to use its voice, vote, and influence to resist Beijing's efforts to distort the decisions, language, policies, or procedures of international organizations regarding Taiwan. It encourages the U.S. to work with allies and partners to oppose the People's Republic of China's efforts to undermine Taiwan's diplomatic relationships and partnerships globally. It expands reporting requirements to include information relating to any prior or ongoing attempts by the People's Republic of China to undermine Taiwan's participation in international organizations, as well as its ties and relationships with other countries. Over the past decade, the People's Republic of China has successfully weaponized a distorted interpretation of United Nations General Assembly Resolutions 2758, which recognize the People's Republic of China as China's representative to that body in 1971. Since then, it's no secret that the People's Republic of China has leveraged its growing influence in the United Nations and international organizations to make sure that they could exclude Taiwan's meaningful participation in the international arena and preclude its technical and scientific expertise, as we saw in the pandemic, from which the world can benefit. Delegates from Taiwan attended the World Health Assembly as non-voting observers from 2009 to 2016, but in 2016, the PRC successfully bullied enough member states to rescind that invitation. The denial of Taiwan's participation at the International Civil Aviation Organization poses a direct threat to aviation safety. And without member status at Interpol, Taiwan is denied access to crucial information that can be used to fight international criminal activity and, I might add, drug trade we just talked about. We face unprecedented health and security threats here in the United States and abroad, and Taiwan's distinct capabilities, public health expertise, democratic governance, and advanced technology underscore the need for this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the People's Republic of China has made its intentions crystal clear. They've encroached on the territorial waters and airspace of their neighbors. They've made ludicrous claims of sovereignty over the entire South China Sea. They have engaged in or threatened kinetic activity on the Indian border, the Vietnamese border, and of course, across the Taiwan Strait. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make clear that any decision by the PRC to intimidate, bully, and exclude Taiwan will not be condoned or tolerated by the United States of America, and certainly not by this Congress. The United States, in the spirit of the Taiwan Relations Act, must continue to reject any unilateral aggression against Taiwan, including within international organizations and bodies. I urge my colleagues to heed the advice of the gentleman from Kentucky and pass this bill unanimously. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Curtis, the Republican principal sponsor of this bill, and author of the bill, and a great friend to the people of Taiwan, a member of the Taiwan Caucus.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Taiwan International Solidarity Act, which I co-lead with my good friend from Virginia, Representative Connolly. This legislation amends the Taipei Act, my bill that was signed into law in March of 2020, which countered China's poaching of Taiwan's allies and China's efforts to exclude Taiwan from international organizations. I'm proud that my bill had greatly strengthened our relationship with Taiwan. However, since the bill's signing in 2020, China has mounted pressure on international organizations to claim that Taiwan is part of China. The Taiwan International Solidarity Act expands on the Taipei Act to further counter China's attempt to use international organizations to claim that Taiwan is part of China by distorting the language, policies, and procedures of international organizations. We all witnessed this in an infamous interview at the height of COVID, where a reporter was asked at the World Health Organization a question about Taiwan. The WHO officer initially refused to answer and then said, "We've already talked about China," implying that Taiwan is part of China. This is unacceptable for international institutions funded largely by U.S. taxpayer dollars to be repeating the CCP narrative. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to recognize my friend from California, Mr. Liu, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend, Representative Connolly, for his leadership, and I'm a proud co-author of the Taiwan International Solidarity Act. Taiwan is a critically important partner to the United States, and Taiwan has made significant contributions to the international community. Unfortunately, the actions of the government of the People's Republic of China have prevented Taiwan from being a part of important international organizations that help not only the United States, but also helps the international community and helps the PRC. For example, the PRC blocks Taiwan from being a part of the International Civil Aviation Organization. That's just really stupid, because there are people from the PRC flying into Taiwan and flying out. There's people from the United States flying into Taiwan and flying out. Why wouldn't you want Taiwan to have safer air travel? You absolutely would. The PRC also unfortunately blocked Taiwan from being in the World Health Assembly. Factually, it turns out that Taiwan got it right. Taiwan told the entire world that COVID could be passed through human transmission. The PRC lied to the entire world and said that that was not true. Taiwan got it right, and yet the WHO excludes Taiwan. The WHO should be ashamed of themselves, should let Taiwan in. And Taiwan is also excluded from Interpol. Why wouldn't you want Taiwan to help with fighting crime and terrorism around the world? You absolutely would. So this bill would require the State Department to report to Congress every year on any efforts by the PRC government to undermine Taiwan's participation in international organizations. It would also require the State Department to report on any PRC government effort to undermine Taiwan's relationships with other countries. This information we receive will be critical to holding the PRC government accountable for any efforts to undermine Taiwan's contributions to the international community. Thank Thank you. I yield back to Representative Connolly.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve the right to close.
Gentleman is recognized. Reserves. Gentleman from Virginia, or from Kentucky, reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. And again, I want to thank my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for his leadership and co-sponsorship, and my partner, Mr. Curtis, for his enormous effort in trying to bring this bill before our committee for markup and to the floor. You know, acting on this bill is not a nice thing to do to recognize an allied partner, but it is actually for practical reasons. There are consequences when Taiwan, with independent capability and enormous scientific and technical expertise, cannot participate in deliberations about world public health during a pandemic. There are consequences when it cannot participate in Interpol and help us in that fentanyl drug trafficking coming from the big country just to its north, China. There are consequences when we deny Taiwan its legitimate place and voice in international deliberations. So, Mr. Speaker, passing this bill, I hope, will have positive and practical consequences. It will remind our friends and allies and our adversaries that this Congress believes Taiwan is entitled to its voice and its seat at the table in important international organizations that are operational and that have consequences, good and bad, for the world's population. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I want to once again, Mr. Speaker, commend my colleagues, the gentleman from Virginia, the gentleman from Utah, for their leadership in introducing the Taiwan International Solidarity Act, for standing with the people of Taiwan. Obviously, Taiwan does hold some status in some regional organizations, international organizations. It holds observer or other status in several other bodies, but Taiwan cannot participate in organizations that are key to transnational issues, such as the World Health Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, or Interpol, as has been pointed out. China continues to advocate for Taiwan's exclusion in these international organizations and blocks Taiwan's participation in the United Nations. And so this bill would amend the Taiwan Allies International Protection and Enhancement Initiative Act, or the Taipei Act of 2019, to reiterate that the United States, as a member of any international organization, should oppose attempts by the People's Republic of China to resolve Taiwan's status by distorting the decisions, language, policies, or procedures of international organizations. This bill encourages U.S. allies and partners to oppose the Chinese Communists' efforts to undermine Taiwan's official diplomatic relationships and its partnerships with countries with which it does not maintain diplomatic relations. The bill adds an additional requirement to report to Congress on the PRC's attempts to promote its one China position in undermining Taiwan's membership or observer status in international organizations and Taiwan's ties and relationships with other countries. Mr. Speaker, I traveled to Taipei back in September of last year. This was a major topic of discussion: Taiwan's systematic exclusion from international organizations and the coercive actions of the Chinese Communist Party in working against Taiwan being a participant in the international community. This is wrong. The United States needs to stand with the Taiwan people and the democracy, that island of democracy and stability. And that's why every member of this body should support this important legislation and stand for Taiwan's inclusion and constructive participation in international organizations. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1176? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3395, the U.S. Supply Chain Security Review Act of 2023, as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 116, H.R. 3395. A bill to direct the chairman of the Federal Maritime Commission to seek to enter into an agreement with a federally funded research and development center to evaluate foreign ownership of marine terminals at the 15 largest United States container ports and for other purposes.
Turn to the rule. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials into the record on H.R. 3395 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 3395 as amended requires a study on the implication of foreign ownership of marine terminals at the United States container ports. Not only will the study examine the nationality of firms owning marine terminals at 15 of the largest United States ports, it will specifically focus on whether ownership is held by entities or nationals of countries adversarial to our nation, including affiliations with China or Russia. Further, the study will assess whether port infrastructure development grant and port security grant funds have been awarded to ports that are wholly or partially foreign-owned. These findings will help the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure hold the administration accountable for how federal funds are allocated and inform the committee's work on the efficient movement of goods through the supply chain. I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, for introducing this bill. As a supply chain logistics professional in my prior life, I understand how critical this is to our nation's infrastructure and to our economic prosperity moving forward in the future. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Today, I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 3395, the U.S. Supply Chain Security Review Act. Thank you to Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation Chair Webster for his support on this legislation. Securing our maritime supply chain is critically important to American consumers and to our economic resilience. COVID-19, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, and the increasing economic and security challenges from the Chinese Communist Party emphasize the need for the United States to better understand the influence, incentives, and dependencies at critical nodes in our supply chains, especially our ports. The U.S. Supply Chain Security Review Act would direct the Federal Maritime Commission to work with an independent academic or federally funded research center to evaluate the ownership of marine terminals at the 15 largest U.S. container ports. This study will consider the changes in ownership of marine terminals in these ports over the last 10 years, as well as any announced ownership changes anticipated in 2023 or 24, with a specific focus on ownership by Chinese or Russian entities. These ports are critical to our economic and national security, and it is imperative that we have a real-time understanding of who is in charge. The study will also examine the amount of federal grant funds that have gone to ports and marine terminals wholly or partially owned by foreign entities, and a detailed analysis on the foreign operational control of these marine terminals. Lastly, the study will offer recommendations on policies to prevent malign foreign ownership of ports and terminal operators, whether ownership of the port gives the foreign entity unique access to operational technology and information, or if foreign ownership of the entity could have an impact on our supply chains. Understanding how our supply chains are and will be impacted by foreign ownership of marine terminals is a key aspect of our economic competition and will help the United States develop supply chains that are resilient against adversaries. This bipartisan legislation passed unanimously out of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, and I would like to thank Chair Graves and Ranking Member Larson for their leadership and support on this important issue. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation so we can begin to address this critical issue and ensure the security of our maritime supply chains. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman shall proceed. Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3395, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
The report directed by this bill will help inform the committee's work and protect our ports and supply chains against foreign adversaries. As we've seen these past few years, disruptions in supply chain have a widespread impact across our nation. We should take the necessary steps to understand the potential vulnerabilities in our supply chain and work to address them. Mr. Speaker, I again thank the sponsor of this bill for his work and urge support. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3395 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3399, the Soo Locks Security and Economic Reporting Act of 2023.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 104, H.R. 3399. A bill to study the security of the Soo Locks and effects on the supply chain resulting from malfunction or failure of the Soo Locks and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3399.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I'm grateful for the bipartisan support of my colleagues in Michigan, General Bergman, along with Reps Scholten and Kildee, for co-sponsoring this very important legislation. H.R. 3399, the Soo Locks Security and Economic Report Act of 2023, is proof that fortifying our national security and strengthening our economy transcends partisan politics. The Soo Locks are a feat of human ingenuity and a point of pride for all Michiganders. The Army Corps of Engineers has nicknamed the Soo Locks the linchpin of the Great Lakes, and for good reason. The locks connect both Lake Superior and Lake Huron. They play a vital role in transporting goods and resources, not just throughout the Great Lakes, but all around the world. An average of 7,000 vessels pass through the locks every single year, and with it, over 90% of the world's iron ore. As the hub of America's vehicle industry and one of the most critical states for our military industry, Michigan relies on the locks to get necessary materials in and out of the state. But the Soo Locks aren't just important for my home state, they're also critical for yours and for our national security. As stated above, over 90% of the world's iron ore flows through the Soo Locks. Michigan is home to the 3rd largest land border in the country. And as member of the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee and the congressman representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, America's #1 manufacturing district, it is my job to safeguard our national defense and vital commerce by finding ways to secure our essential infrastructure. An unexpected closure of the Soo Locks would threaten both. In 2015, the Department of Homeland Security found that a 6-month shutdown would be disastrous. Recession, closed factories, shuttered mines, a pause in U.S. auto and appliance production for most of a year. Around 11 million jobs could be lost nationwide. That's the entirety of Michigan's population. Think of that. Our economy would be critically harmed and might never recover. A 2018 study concluded that an unexpected outage in the 1,200-foot-long pole lock would create a bottleneck that would disrupt the supply chain for steel production and wreak havoc in Michigan manufacturing, particularly in the automotive industry. That's why I introduced the Soo Locks Security and Economic Reporting Act of 2023, and this is why we must, together, pass this legislation. This is a common sense measure that simply asks the Secretaries of Transportation and Defense, along with the Commandant of the Coast Guard, to study potential security risks of the Soo Locks. It would examine the economic consequences in the event of operational failure. And finally, it asks these departments to provide recommendations as well as the cost of these recommendations to Congress. This legislation, again, is a common sense step toward protecting the infrastructure that keeps this country driving. Failing to move forward on this bill doesn't just jeopardize America's national security. It leaves our country vulnerable to an economic crisis that is unacceptable. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3399, the Soo Locks Security and Economic Reporting Act of 2023, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3399, which, like my bill that is also under suspension today, will help to ensure a safe and resilient American supply chain. The Soo Locks, which are located on the St. Mary's River and connect Lake Superior to the rest of the Great Lakes system, facilitate the passage of 7,000 cargo ships per year. The locks connect the Great Lakes and are directly on the border with Canada, making them an important fixture for our national security. If something were to happen to the Soo Locks, 11 million jobs would be affected nationwide. This bill directs the Department of Transportation to conduct a study on any domestic or international threats to the Soo Locks, as well as the economic effect of an operational failure. This bill was reported out of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee unanimously on May 23rd of this year, because my colleagues understand that economic resilience and national security are intertwined. A robust and resilient supply chain is the result of deliberate construction, maintenance, and operational security of locks, ports, waterways, roads, railways, and airports. As proponents of the bipartisan infrastructure law understood, maintenance of and investment in our ports and waterways is paramount. That law provided $17 billion for ports and waterways, which will go a long way to ensuring the viability of infrastructure like the Soo Locks and maritime transportation in the Great Lakes. This bill builds upon the bipartisan infrastructure law by understanding the vulnerabilities from a national security standpoint and thus better protecting our investments. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota and a Lake Superior State University graduate, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman
thank
from
you very
Minnesota
much.
is recognized.
And yes, I spent the last 2 years of my college experience living in dorm rooms that were about 200 yards or 250 yards from the Soo Locks at the beautiful Lake Superior State University. I rise today in support of H.R. 3399, the Soo Locks Security and Economic Reporting Act, sponsored by my good friend from Michigan, Congressman John James. Each year, vessels passing through the Soo Locks haul an estimated 70 million tons of cargo to critical industries in the United States and Canada. In total, the infrastructure supports more than 123,000 jobs and has a $22.6 billion economic activity price tag. In my first year in Congress, I joined Congressman Jack Bergman from Michigan on a tour of the Soo Locks to see the critical infrastructure firsthand. Nearly all of the iron ore pellets essential for the American steel industry travel through the Great Lakes. A report by the Department of Homeland Security in 2015 found no alternative transportation mode exists for getting iron ore from the Minnesota mines to steel mills on the lower Great Lakes. And the Iron Range of Minnesota produces almost 82% of the taconite pellets that make up the steel industry in our nation. National security experts and economists have warned that sustained closure of any of the locks would cripple our supply chain and plunge our economy into a recession. It is abundantly clear the protection and modernization of the Soo Locks is not only a supply chain issue, but a national security issue. The Soo Locks infrastructure needs significant investment, and it needs it now. H.R. 3399 directs the Secretary of Transportation to study the security risks of the Soo Locks in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, and the economic ramifications in the event of their operational failure. This will provide us with concrete evidence of the importance of the Soo Locks and demonstrate our need for unwavering support. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
From Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Minnesota for his leadership on this matter and his remarks. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3399, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
The Soo Locks are critical to international commerce and to our supply chain, and the report directed by this bill would provide important information to ensure their continued funding and operation. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3399? In favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed.
Thank you very much. What'd I do?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1345.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 50, H.R. 1345. A bill to amend the National Telecommunications and Information Administration Organization Act to establish the Office of Policy Development and Cybersecurity and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
When is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1345, the NTIA Policy and Cybersecurity Coordination Act, led by the gentleman from Utah's 3rd District and the gentlelady from Pennsylvania's 7th District. As our world becomes more increasingly digitized and interconnected, the importance of robust cybersecurity measures cannot be overstated. Cybersecurity threats, whether originating from state actors, criminal organizations, or malicious hackers, pose significant risks to our national security, economy, and the privacy of our citizens. The increasing frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks underscore the urgency of addressing this ever-evolving challenge. The NTIA Policy and Cybersecurity Coordination Act bolsters our nation's cybersecurity posture by strengthening the coordination between the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA, and other relevant federal agencies. The bill renames the existing NTIA Office of Policy and Analysis and Development to the Office of Policy Development and Cybersecurity and codifies the existing activities of the office. H.R. 1345 seeks to promote effective information sharing, collaboration, and response efforts established in the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act. Moreover, the legislation facilitates public-private partnerships to develop and implement cybersecurity policies related to the communication networks. By encouraging collaboration between government agencies and stakeholders, we can work together to address cyber threats and vulnerabilities more effectively. This bipartisan legislation passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee by a vote of 44-0, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1345. And Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1345, the NTIA Policy and Cybersecurity Coordination Act. Protecting our nation's communications networks is of vital importance to our national security, and this is particularly important now when a significant amount of our country's economic and social activity has moved online and consumers are connecting more devices to these networks. We must build in safeguards to increase the safety of communication networks to protect Americans while also promoting innovation and competition. H.R. 1345 will help us achieve these goals. This legislation authorizes the existing Office of Policy Analysis and Development at the NTIA and renames it as the Office of Policy Development and Cybersecurity. It also codifies the responsibilities of NTIA in administering parts of the Science and Trusted Communications Network Act and requires the office to coordinate and develop policy initiatives to enhance cybersecurity efforts with respect to our communications networks. The office will also be tasked with developing and analyzing policies that promote innovation, competition, digital inclusion, and workforce development in the communications, media, and technology markets. I just want to thank Representatives Wild and Curtis for their bipartisan work on this bill, which will ensure that there is a firm foundation within the federal government to oversee the security of our nation's communication networks. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation that unanimously advanced out of the Energy and Commerce Committee earlier this year, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize the gentleman from Utah, the sponsor of the legislation, for as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, the NTIA Policy and Cybersecurity Act. This bill will streamline the development of cybersecurity policy at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, through the establishment of an Office for Policy and Development on Cybersecurity. This office will work with industry and stakeholders to recommend the cybersecurity practices and policies of the Internet and communications technology sectors. The Office for Policy Development and Cybersecurity will also carry out the Communications Supply Chain Risk Information Partnership to facilitate information sharing on cybersecurity risk to small and rural communities. State and non-state actors are working overtime to find vulnerabilities in our networks and infrastructure. We must work even harder to ensure that Americans are protected from cyber attacks. I'd like to thank Representative Wild for joining me on this bill in the House and Senator Hickenlooper for leading in the Senate. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my remainder time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Okay, he reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. Do you?
No, I don't.
All right, well, then I will just say that I think this is an important bill. I would urge everyone to support it on both sides of the aisle. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chairman yields back. Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from Idaho for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1345, the NTIA Policy and Cybersecurity Act. This bill would promote collaboration between security research and industry development, preventing and mitigating future software vulnerabilities in communications networks. It's also important to codify NTIA's administering of information sharing established in the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act. The NTIA is assigned with coordinating policy related to cybersecurity of communications networks. These attacks on communication networks include those we've all heard about: unauthorized access, distributed denial of service, man-in-the-middle attacks where communications traffic is intercepted, and code attacks where malicious code can be passed to a server to make it vulnerable. This is a serious problem. Like the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act, H.R. 1345 passed with unanimous bipartisan support out of the Energy and Commerce Committee. We need to address cyber attacks in a more effective and coordinated fashion after the bad actors attacking America's communication networks. I appreciate the good work of my colleagues, Representatives John Curtis and Susan Wild. I strongly support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm prepared to close. Again, as the gentleman just stated, this bill encourages the collaboration between the government agencies and stakeholders, and we can work together to address the cyber threats and vulnerabilities more effectively. And I urge passage from the House, Mr. Speaker. And I yield back. And I yield
Question
back.
is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1345? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Wait, no, I think we're in the 682.
For what purpose does the gentleman of Ohio seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1338 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1338, a bill to amend the Communications Act of 1934 to provide authority for certain licenses and for other purposes.
Okay, pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record of the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1338, the Satellite and Telecommunications Streamlining Act, led by the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Over the last several years, the satellite marketplace has changed drastically. Every American now expects fast, reliable access to internet, no matter where they are, and satellite communications networks play an important role in bridging the digital divide. Today, new innovations in the satellite marketplace now enable speeds comparable to the other internet service providers. This new and enhanced satellite service is especially important in rural Ohio and other rural areas across America. For Americans who have never had internet, satellite broadband can enable families to connect with distant relatives, children to complete their homework, and receive an education online, and enable access to telehealth services. The new speeds and low latency provided by satellite communications networks are enabled by several advancements in technology. First, some new satellite communications networks operate in low Earth orbit, which means their radio signals do not have to travel as far as other satellite communications signals. As a result, communications networks operating in low Earth orbit can provide low latency services that can deliver a better experience for consumers. Additionally, some new satellite communication networks have more satellite radio stations in their network than satellite communications networks that were licensed many years ago. In some cases, there are thousands of radios, all of which work together in concert to provide faster, more reliable connectivity service. Finally, the investment and innovation in new satellite communications networks has led to novel proposals to use electromagnetic spectrum in new ways. By their nature, satellite communications networks serve global markets and therefore share the use of electromagnetic spectrum. The complex design and architecture of these satellites, as well as how they utilize spectrum, has led to more advanced satellite service offerings. However, all of this change has amplified the challenges with the Federal Communications Commission licensing process. A regulatory process that once contemplated only a handful of applications has seen dozens of applicants seeking new applications, modifications to existing applications, and new uses of spectrum that the old regulatory regime was not designed to address. To provide needed direction to the FCC and promote competition innovation, the Satellite and Telecommunications Streamlining Act is the first legislation in decades to modernize the regulatory framework for licensing commercial satellite communications networks. H.R. 1338 would bring our licensing framework for satellite communications into the 21st century, especially as we compete against other countries like China who seek to dominate the United States. The legislation would establish a statutory framework at the FCC that provides a streamlined process for considering new satellite communications licenses, modifying existing ones, and facilitating the deployment of innovative communications technologies. In addition to bringing next-generation satellite connectivity to Americans and the world, H.R. 1338 would also promote U.S. technological leadership. By creating a regulatory environment that invites investment and rewards innovation, we can turn the United States into the destination of choice for licensing satellite communication systems for providers around the world. While the use of spectrum must be coordinated internationally, ensuring timely access to predictable, reliable use of shared spectrum in the United States will send a signal that the government wants to be a partner, not a roadblock, to deploying next-generation technologies. This is the key as the United States looks to defend America's technological leadership against China. The Satellite and Telecommunications Streamlining Act will ensure the United States regulatory process doesn't hold back American innovation. China can act unilaterally to approve changes to their satellite communications system and spectrum usage, which is a far cry from the competitive market-based spectrum licensing system in the United States. In order for the government to be a partner and not a roadblock, it must make sure that innovative new satellite spectrum technologies make it from the lab to orbit in a timely manner. H.R. 1338 will ensure that there is a fair regulatory regime built on an objective, performance-based system that facilitates the investment needed to maintain our technological leadership. And also, the FCC currently has authority under the Communications Act to attach conditions to licenses for satellite communication systems to ensure licensees are acting in the public interest. This authority has been upheld by the courts. The Energy and Commerce Committee wants to ensure that the FCC does not become a space traffic cop and try to manage space traffic management functions or provide space situational awareness information. We added rules of construction to clarify that the FCC does not have the authority to be that space traffic cop and affirm that nothing in H.R. 1338 would expand the existing authority the FCC currently has regarding orbital debris and space safety. The rules of construction also clarify that nothing in H.R. 1338 grants the FCC the authority to carry out functions provided under Section 2274 of Title 10 U.S.C. related to the provision of space situational awareness services and information. The FCC uses their current authority to attach conditions to spectrum licenses relating to orbital debris and space safety capabilities to prevent the harmful interference among satellite systems and avoid granting licenses to potentially unsafe satellite communication systems that would jeopardize space safety and exacerbate orbital debris. This legislation is good government. It provides statutory direction and boundaries to the FCC rather than allowing them to try to retrofit old laws for the new marketplace. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1338, the Satellite and Telecommunications Streaming Act. And Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman
Go for a
reserves.
question?
No.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1338, the Satellite and Telecommunications Streamlining Act, or the SAT Streamlining Act. Within the last decade, satellite capabilities have jumped leaps and bounds. We've seen significant advancements in satellites providing broadband internet and other services to consumers and the public throughout the country and the world. While this is beneficial to all, it is especially helpful to those living in areas where other types of technologies have not been built out yet due to geographic considerations and other factors. These technological breakthroughs are a positive step forward for our country, but it is evident that other countries, including our foreign adversaries, are also aggressively trying to dominate this industry. So it's imperative that Congress act now to retain our country's leadership position in the satellite marketplace. Now, H.R. 1338 helps to accomplish this goal. This bill will enhance the competitiveness of our nation's satellite industry by requiring the FCC to set reasonable rules to prevent harmful interference as satellites utilize spectrum to communicate with one another and with base stations on Earth. It does not expand the FCC's jurisdiction over the space industry. Instead, it sets new rules of the road with respect to the licensing of electromagnetic spectrum, which is needed to operate satellite systems. For instance, it establishes application requirements for the licensing of this spectrum, sets forth the guidelines for how and when the FCC should consider these applications, and the timeframes for doing so. And we must implement these solutions to ensure the United States remains competitive with our counterparts across the globe, including China, in producing cutting-edge consumer innovations and fortifying our public safety and national security capabilities. Now, the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Speaker, has traditionally worked in a bipartisan fashion on key telecommunications matters, and I commend Chair Rogers for continuing this tradition with this legislation. Unfortunately, though, another bipartisan bill that I led with Chair Rogers and that unanimously passed out of the committee would have directly addressed the threat of adversaries deploying their satellite systems for use by U.S. customers. H.R. 675, the Secure Space Act, would extend the framework Congress adopted in the Bipartisan Security and Trusted Communications Network Act to satellite operators. And this framework ensures that foreign adversaries cannot use our communications network for espionage and disruption. The Energy and Commerce Committee and then the full Congress passed last year then Minority Whip Scalise's bipartisan legislation to extend that framework to the FCC's equipment authorization process. So it surprised and disappointed me that some members of the Republican caucus are objecting to the Secure Space Act. Again, a bill passed unanimously out of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Unfortunately, it can't go forward without amendments limiting its scope and therefore its effect in keeping unquestionably bad actors from infiltrating our networks. We should be passing this bill today rather than allowing a small extreme minority in the House Republican caucus to have veto power over a policy that is so important to our national security and that a significant majority of this House favors. It's unfortunate that the Republican majority continues to cave to the extreme elements of their party. But in closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1338, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield to the gentlelady from Washington, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, as much time as she may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1338, the Satellite and Telecommunications Streamlining Act, which I'm proud to lead with Ranking Member Pallone. The SAT Streamlining Act is the first legislation in over 2 decades to update our laws governing how communications services using satellite technologies are licensed by the FCC. Satellite communication systems play a pivotal role in closing the digital divide. Yet the legal framework for licensing new and innovative satellite technologies has not kept pace with the 21st century. Other adversaries like China seek to overtake our lead in developing these next-generation technologies. The SAT Streamlining Act would reform and improve the FCC's process to make the United States the destination of choice for licensing satellite communication systems without expanding the FCC's authority. Our goal today is to ensure that the FCC does not become a space traffic cop and try to manage space traffic management functions or provide space situational awareness information. We added rules of construction to clarify the FCC does not have the authority to be the space traffic cop, and affirm that nothing in H.R. 1338 would expand the existing authority of the FCC currently as they have regarding orbital debris and space safety. And I just would like to read the rules of construction. If you look at rules of construction, this is section 3A, space situational awareness services and information. Nothing in this subsection, including the rules issued pursuant to paragraph 1A, shall be construed to grant the Commission authority to carry out the functions provided under section 2274 of Title 10 United States Code. And then you go to section B, space safety and orbital debris. Nothing in this subsection, including the rules issued pursuant to paragraph 1A, shall be construed to expand the authority of the Commission to establish requirements for or regulate space safety and orbital debris. And subsection 3, authority of the Commission under this Act, nothing in this subparagraph A or B shall be construed to limit the authority of the Commission with respect to space stations licensed under this Act. Those are the rules of construction. This legislation today is to provide certainty to satellite operators by setting out clear performance objectives for satellite communication systems. These changes will ensure that as satellite operators choose a venue for licensing their global systems, the United States regulatory process is more appealing than other nations. The SAT Act would also establish an expedited review process for approving minor modifications to satellite communication systems, which will get new technologies into space sooner. Second, the legislation would promote competition among satellite communications providers. Spectrum access is a necessary component of global satellite communications networks. Innovation takes place at a rapid speed, and the FCC should have clear guidance from Congress on how to evaluate whether a proposed satellite communication system can share spectrum with other systems to avoid harmful interference. The SAT Act sets forth a framework that will ensure spectrum is used efficiently and promotes competition and innovation in the satellite communications marketplace. China is currently working to launch and operate a national constellation similar to the American satellite communication systems. Unlike our regulatory processes, China can move swiftly to approve new technologies in their quest to dominate America and the world. In order to ensure U.S. licensed systems stay ahead of our competitors, our regulatory environment must keep pace with industry while continuing to ensure responsible spectrum use. We began this effort to develop this new licensing framework for a modern era 2 years ago. And we've worked with a wide array of stakeholders from the satellite industry, and I'm pleased that we're moving forward today. We must lead with more innovation, more competition, better communication systems for American homes and businesses, and I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone and all the stakeholders who have worked with us over the last few years to create a framework that will promote competition, innovation, and predictability. I encourage my colleagues to vote in support of the legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1338, the Satellite and Telecommunications Streaming Act. And I believe I'm joining this opposition by the Chair of the Space Science and Technology Committee, Mr. Lucas, and by the Chair of the Space Subcommittee, Mr. Babin. Mr. Speaker, with complete respect to the Chair and the Ranking Members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, if this bill were focused solely on regulating electromagnetic spectrum use and improving the spectrum licensing process in the United States, then this would be a very different speech. Improving the Federal Communications Commission's licensing of spectrum is important. However, H.R. 1338 goes way beyond the FCC spectrum mission. It would provide unprecedented authority to the FCC to issue rules on, quote, space safety and orbital debris. This is a serious problem and a cause for deep concern. Drafting such rules would only detract and divert attention and resources from the FCC's primary mission, assessing applications for spectrum, auctions the bill seeks to strengthen. The FCC does not have the sufficient expertise to issue appropriate rules on space safety or orbital debris. Further, today, federal agencies engage in interagency coordination on orbital debris mitigation based on science and technical research led by NASA. Rather than follow a cohesive and coordinated approach within the federal government, H.R. 1338 would give authority to the FCC to do its own thing and to act unilaterally without participating in the interagency coordination that is necessary to prevent a fragmented government approach towards space activity. On something as important as space safety and orbital debris, this is a troubling thought. The issue of space safety and orbital debris is a pressing concern. The administration and stakeholders, through two administrations, have been coalescing around the Department of Commerce as the lead agency on space safety and related orbital debris activities in coordination with other federal government agencies. Congress has appropriated funding for Commerce to advance civil space situational awareness and related orbital debris activities. This is a critical time for the U.S. commercial space industry. Clear and predictable roles, responsibilities, and regulatory frameworks from the federal government are needed. Having the FCC regulate space safety and orbital debris mitigation would duplicate efforts, cause confusion, including with our partners with the U.S. has led internationally. Rather than supporting the continuing growth and leadership of the U.S. in commercial space in the interagency process within the Department of Commerce, H.R. 1338 risks undermining it. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of
Gentleman
my
yields. Gentleman from New Jersey. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield to the gentleman from Florida, 2nd District, 4 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the ever-expanding realm of space-based architecture, we've witnessed an unprecedented growth in commercial, academic, and military applications over the past 2 decades. As we enter into a new era of space exploration and innovation, it has become imperative for the United States to move at the speed of business, embracing agility and efficiency in our regulatory approach. The Satellite and Telecommunications Streamlining Act, or SAT Act, represents a transformative step towards ensuring that our regulations keep pace with the dynamic and rapidly evolving satellite communications ecosystem. This bill directs the FCC to establish new rules for licensing satellite communication systems that describe crucial performance objectives within a defined time frame of 18 months. These performance objectives will provide certainty to satellite operators seeking a spectrum license so they understand the requirements they must meet in order to avoid interfering with other space systems. This bill would also direct the agency to decide on new license applications within 1 year. The SAT Act provides a streamlined application process for satellite communications providers and with the goal of promoting U.S. leadership in the satellite communications industry. During these contentious geopolitical times, the importance of space-based assets for our national security cannot be overstated. Many of these assets are critical to safeguarding our nation's interests and are extensively utilized for the national security applications. By providing an updated and efficient licensing process, the SAT Act ensures that these vital space assets remain protected from harmful interference and operation. With the satellite ecosystem constantly evolving as technologies and innovations come online, it's paramount that regulations governing them are able to keep pace to ensure that we remain ahead of our adversaries, especially as the Department of Defense continues to rely on innovations in commercial satellite technology. We must update federal regulations so that industry can deliver requirements to the warfighters at the pace that they demand. I urge my esteemed colleagues to pass the SAT Act, recognizing its potential to drive our nation's competitiveness in the space domain. By streamlining regulatory processes, we set the stage for a future where American businesses can contribute to our continued leadership in space. Let us unite in embracing this transformative legislation, ensuring that the United States remains at the forefront of communications technology and innovation in space. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman,
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to what Mr. Byer said, and I know that some of the leadership on the Science Committee are opposed to this bill. But I do want to say that despite science's claims, H.R. 1338, the Satellite Telecommunications Streamlining Act, does not infringe on the Science Committee's jurisdiction or grant the FCC new authority with respect to space safety and orbital debris. Instead, this bill streamlines existing FCC licensing procedures so that commercial satellite operators can more easily obtain the necessary spectrum rights to launch their satellite systems into space. Because the bill deals directly with access to spectrum and the FCC's management of it, this legislation falls squarely within the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Committee. To the extent the bill references space safety and orbital debris, it is in the context of ensuring that the FCC acts within the bounds of the rules adopted by the U.S. government for orbital debris mitigation. Specifically, the language in the bill simply directs the FCC to align any licensing requirements that it may impose on satellite operators concerning orbital debris and space safety, which it can do today consistent with its existing authority, with the orbital debris and space safety practices established by NASA and others. Mandating such action is good government, Mr. Speaker, as it reduces the likelihood of conflicting standards or requirements and ensures that the government continues to speak with one voice on these important matters. But recognizing the Science Committee's concerns, language has been added to the bill to make it crystal clear that this legislation does not give the FCC any new authority on space safety and orbital debris. And finally, for those members suggesting that the Department of Commerce does not support this bill, I want to be clear that this is not true. In reality, the Department of Commerce has not taken a position on this bill. And so for all these reasons, H.R. 1338 is a worthwhile bill, and I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Idaho.
Gentleman's recognized. 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1338, the Satellite and Telecommunications Streamlining Act. This bill amends the Communications Act to clarify the Federal Communication Commission's statutory role in licensing satellite communication systems. While the FCC has long exercised the authority to license satellite systems, and while Congress has recognized this authority, this bill provides further direction on the agency when it comes to balancing and considering novel issues throughout its licensing process. For example, the FCC can use its current authority to regulate satellite communication systems designed to ensure that related aspects of radio stations in space can continue to serve the public interest. This is on top of using its authority when considering the complex use of electromagnetic spectrum by various satellite systems. This bill would effectively simplify FCC space station licensing rules, impose FCC licensing decision timelines, and add performance standards to mitigate orbital debris to ensure safe operation in space. It also clarifies FCC radio frequency sharing obligations to encourage innovation and investment. This bill is very clear that it does not expand the FCC's authority. In terms of innovation, Mr. Speaker, spectrum is limited. Our adversaries are not hindered by regulations. We need to streamline this. This bill passed with unanimous bipartisan support out of Energy and Commerce Committee in March. And this is not unprecedented authority for the FCC. I want to respond to my Democrat colleague who claimed this allows the FCC to act unilaterally. That is false. In fact, this legislation constrains the FCC's authority to issue rules around space safety to be aligned with the Orbital Debris Mitigation Plan, which is approved by the interagency. I support this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Republicans have a number of speakers, so I'll continue to reserve if that's the case.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time we have?
Gentleman from Ohio has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Texas 14th District 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman, Speaker. H.R. 1338 promotes U.S. leadership in commercial satellite communication industry by creating a regulatory environment that encourages innovation and investment in the United States. And let me tell you something, the Energy and Commerce Committee is all about encouraging investment in the United States and in innovation and investment. This bill helps us to beat China. China is actively working to undermine U.S. leadership in the satellite communications marketplace and provide service to other allies so that they can gather intelligence. This bill streamlines the process for modifications to existing satellite communication systems. The bill would ensure that modifications to existing satellite communications are not held up by unnecessarily new applications that may be more complex. The bill also creates a regulatory fast lane for minor modifications that do not change the spectrum interference landscape in any meaningful way. It incentivizes satellite communication systems to be good stewards of the spectrum by establishing a quantifiable level of protection that defines how each satellite communication system licensed by the FCC may use that spectrum. The bill ensures a balance between competition and innovation. It enhances FCC transparency and efficiency of processing NGSO satellite applications, for example, SpaceX. The bill would provide direction to the FCC on how their satellite communications licensing rules should be designed. By creating objective, measurable, and technology-neutral performance objectives, satellite operators will have flexibility to design their systems without government over-regulations. We need H.R. 1338. I hope our colleagues will support it.
Time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I don't have any additional speakers at this time, so I'll continue to reserve because I
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Does the gentleman have any other further speakers? I'm ready to close.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I'll just yield myself such time.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just urge support for this bill on a bipartisan basis. The committee voted this out. Again, on a bipartisan basis, I think it's very important, and I assure my science colleagues that this does not impinge on their jurisdiction. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've heard from so many of our speakers this afternoon that how essential H.R. 1345 is to promote effective information sharing, collaboration, and response efforts established in the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act. The legislation facilitates the public-private partnerships to develop and implement cybersecurity policies related to the communications networks. And by encouraging this collaboration between the government agencies and stakeholders, we can all work together to address the cyber threats and vulnerabilities more effectively. And again, this piece of legislation passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee. We worked together on this in a bipartisan manner, and with a vote of 44-0, that bill came out of committee. It's a good piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I would urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 35, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1338 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Oklahoma.
I do not recognize a quorum being present. With that, I demand the yeas and nays, Mr.
Yeas
Speaker.
and nays have been requested. All those in favor of the vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 682 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 682, a bill to facilitate access to electromagnetic spectrum for commercial space launches and commercial space re-entries.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Postponed, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
And insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they might consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 682, the Launch Communications Act, led by the gentleman from Florida's 2nd and 9th Districts. Over the last decade, the American commercial space industry has dramatically reduced the cost to enter space, revolutionizing the industry. Investment has increased and innovation has flourished. The number of commercial space launches have increased dramatically. Unfortunately, our federal processes have not kept pace. To launch satellites into orbit, launch providers need access to certain radio frequencies known as spectrum, which requires coordination between several federal agencies. H.R. 682 will take important steps to streamline the process for commercial space launch providers so as to gain access to the frequencies they need when they need them and ensure that a lack of coordination between federal agencies does not hamper the thriving commercial space economy. No space launch should be threatened because of approval for their spectrum access is caught up in a bureaucratic delay. This legislation will provide more certainty to commercial satellite operators that when they make the investment in satellite technologies, they will be able to launch them into space. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 682, and Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 682, the Launch Communications Act. Over the last decade, we've seen the costs for exploring space drop drastically. As a result, space launches in this country have increased dramatically. In 2013, the FAA authorized 8 launches, but by 2022, less than a decade later, the number was 79. And the number of space launches from the United States is only expected to increase in the years to come. We must foster and support this growth in order to enhance our national security capabilities and cement our nation as a global leader in space and other cutting-edge technologies. Transporting satellites to space cannot happen without launch entities having reliable access to electromagnetic spectrum. Right now, the FCC only temporarily allocates spectrum for space launches, but this process is becoming increasingly burdensome given the rise in the number of space launches occurring in our country. For the United States to continue its leadership in space, it's imperative that the FCC develop an efficient and effective process to license spectrum for commercial space launches, as well as the space reentries that inevitably must follow. Now, H.R. 682 addresses these challenges. Specifically, this bill requires the FCC to streamline its process for allocating spectrum usage rights to commercial space launch providers. These efforts will better support these providers as they communicate with their launch vehicles during flight and upon reentry. The bill also directs the FCC to complete a rulemaking proceeding to adopt service rules for the spectrum bands identified in the bill for commercial space launches and commercial space reentries. I want to commend Representatives Soto and Dunn for their bipartisan work on this bill. This important bill helps secure America's leadership in the commercial space industry by strengthening our country's position as a prime destination for launching satellites into space. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation in a bipartisan manner and look forward to its consideration in the Senate, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I recognize the gentleman from Florida's 2nd District, the sponsor of the legislation, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's imperative that the United States continues to lead in the satellite communications technologies and space exploration to ensure our global competitiveness. In today's world, indispensable spectrum resources know no borders or boundaries, and they must be used to enhance space and satellite operations, provide broadband across our country, and enhance American security capabilities. As our private sector partners continue to innovate, the federal government can play a collaborative role through modernization of the launch spectrum licensing process. This is why I join my esteemed colleague from Florida, Mr. Soto, in reintroducing the Launch Communications Act. This act updates and simplifies an outdated regulatory process so that the U.S. can maintain our competitiveness in space exploration. Currently, commercial missions launching from the United States must use government-owned spectrum to communicate with the rockets during launch and reentry. Additionally, these private companies must apply to the FCC, who must then coordinate with the NTIA to receive special temporary authorities to such spectrum each time they launch. The Launch Communications Act will lift the burden of obtaining many authorizations, enable the private companies to temporarily use certain spectrum bands for satellite launches when needed on multiple occasions. This legislation requires the FCC to streamline the launch authorization process for commercial launches, eliminating special temporary authorities and permitting multi-launch authorities and automating the frequency review process. It's consistent with Space Policy Directive 2, issued by President Trump in May of 2018, to refine federal spectrum regulations and minimize regulatory burdens. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 3 minutes to the Democratic sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from Florida and a graduate of Rutgers University, Mr. Soto.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 682, the Launch Communications Act. In Central Florida, the busiest spaceport in the world is right in our backyard in Cape Canaveral. We had a record year of 57 launches from the Cape in 2022, and we're expecting a total of 87 launches or more this year. So quite often we see 2 or more in a single week. When we see bad weather, as you could imagine, some of these launches start to stack up, which is why having a lengthy FCC license process for each launch can be cumbersome and costly. That's why I introduced this bill with my colleague and fellow Floridian, Dr. Dunn, to streamline the process and ensure our spaceports continue to be the most efficient in the world. The Launch Communications Act allocates certain spectrum for commercial launches and reentries. It streamlines the process for authorization to said spectrum while also keeping it available to other users and ensuring coordination to prevent any interference with government systems. As we continue to break launch records year after year, we need to streamline these processes to continue to ensure that America remains the world leader in space, and this bill does exactly that. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Chair Latta, Chair McMorris-Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, Ranking Member Matsui, and of course my fellow Floridian, Dr. Dunn. for passing this bill out of committee unanimously, and I urge my colleagues to support the Launch Communications Act and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire the gentleman from New Jersey? We have no further speakers. Do you have any further speakers?
I have no additional speakers.
I'm prepared to close.
Sure.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Again, I would say this is a bipartisan bill coming out of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I urge support for very important legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this legislation will be providing more certainty to our commercial satellite operators so that when they make the investment in satellite technologies, they will be able to launch them into space. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 682, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 682 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2544.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 111, H.R. 2544, a bill to improve organ procurement and transplantation network and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bichon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 2544, the Securing the U.S. Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network Act, introduced in partnership with Representative Kelly of Illinois. This critical legislation would improve the organ procurement and transplant network by allowing the Health Resources and Services Administration to make the OPTN contracting process competitive. The same entity has operated the OPTN contract since it was established nearly 40 years ago. Recent reports and bipartisan congressional investigations have shed light on logistical and technological flaws within the OPTN that may have jeopardized patient safety and may have led to life-saving organs not being transplanted. We must pass H.R. 2544 to increase competition and make sure the best organization is selected to operate the OPTN. This will hopefully lead to more organs being transplanted and save lives. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 2544, the Securing the U.S. Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network Act, seeks to improve the Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network, or OPTN. This network, which is operated by the Health Resources and Service Administration, or HRSA, is responsible for maintaining a national registry for organ matching, and it is operated by a private organization under federal contract. A number of investigations in the past few years have found that the OPTN struggles to obtain and distribute organs in a timely and efficient manner. In fact, more than 6,000 Americans die each year while waiting for organ transplants. And this problem is even more pronounced for people of color and rural residents. More than 100,000 Americans are currently on the transplant waiting list, and 17 Americans die each day awaiting transplants. This is entirely unacceptable, and we need to do better for the many patients who rely on the OPTN. Now, the OPTN needs to be improved and modernized in a number of ways. HRSA has undertaken a number of efforts to modernize the OPTN, and this bill, H.R. 2544, complements those efforts. It would ensure that HRSA has the authority to award multiple contracts to carry out the many functions of the OPTN. It would also make the OPTN contracts more competitive in order to increase oversight and transparency and to enhance the performance of the program. The organ transplantation network is a life-saving system that is in desperate need of repair. This bill will go a long way to improve it, and it is a huge win for some of the most vulnerable patients in this country. So I want to thank Representatives Bouchon and Kelly for their bipartisan leadership on this bill. I'm pleased that it's before us today, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any other speakers, so I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Again, this is a bipartisan bill, really important, and I would urge my colleagues to support it in a bipartisan basis, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 2544 allows HRSA to improve the OPTN program. It clarifies that HRSA does not have to implement a single contract for all aspects of the program and encourages a competitive process to choose the best contractors for each OPTN function. Nothing in this legislation precludes HRSA from awarding UNOS a contract for each function. As a physician in Congress, my focus with this legislation is on ensuring that HRSA has the authority that it needs to act on behalf of patients and ensure that the best innovators are able to compete and play their part in saving lives. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2544? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 752 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 752, a bill to require Select USA to coordinate with state-level economic development organizations to increase foreign direct investment in semiconductor-related manufacturing and production.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Postponed, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 752, Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act of 2023, sponsored by Ms. Eshoo of California and Mr. Pence of Indiana. I am pleased that we can look at ways to attract investment into our country, as opposed to shifting more demands onto our taxpayers. This legislation requires Select USA to find ways that we can bolster foreign direct investment in U.S. semiconductor supply chains. Semiconductor technology powers much of our modern economy, from payment cards, automobiles, cell phones, the list goes on. While we have led in chip design over the years, we have seen chip manufacturing and its surrounding supply chains shift overseas. And among the many lessons we learned from COVID-19 in the pandemic is that the United States must lead in both the design and production of semiconductor chips to ensure we do not fall behind China. I encourage my colleagues to support this measure and this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 752, the Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act. Semiconductors are necessary for the production of everything from consumer electronics to automobiles to our national defense weapons systems. The United States was once a global powerhouse in semiconductor fabrication, but over the years it has become dangerously reliant on other countries for the production of these chips, which are vital to both our national economic and security interests. And that's why I was proud to lead the effort last Congress when Democrats were in the majority here in the House to pass and enact the CHIPS and Science Act. This law was transformational. It will strengthen our manufacturing base to grow our economy for the future, help create good-paying jobs for American workers, unleash more innovation and lower costs for consumers. It does this by investing more than $52 billion into domestic semiconductor research, development, and production so that more of these semiconductors are built here in the United States by American workers. But when you travel to the industrial heartland, spend time in our industrial communities, and talk to hardworking middle-class Americans whose manufacturing jobs have been offshored, it's clear that we still have to do more. And H.R. 752 will provide valuable information about how we can increase foreign direct investment to further advance our efforts to strengthen the semiconductor supply chains, create more jobs, and continue to revitalize American manufacturing. I want to commend Representative Eshoo and also Representative Pence, for their bipartisan leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield as much time as he may consume to one of the primary sponsors of the bill, Mr. Pence from Indiana.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my esteemed friend and chairman from Indiana, Mr. Bashan. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 752, the Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act, which I co-led with Congressman Eshoo, who I thank for her leadership. This bipartisan bill seeks to uncover barriers that could expand foreign direct investment into domestic manufacturing for semiconductor chips. Over the past few years, Hoosiers in southern Indiana felt the ripples in our economy caused by the shortages of semiconductor chips. Auto manufacturers like Honda in Greensburg and Cummins Engine Company in Columbus, Indiana, told me firsthand the potential impacts on day-to-day operations because of this shortage. We learned the hard way that our economy cannot rely solely on adversarial nations like China to secure chips for our economy. My greatest priority in Congress has been fighting for policies that have the opportunity to create good-paying jobs for our Hoosiers and for all Americans. I urge support for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 3 minutes now to the Democratic sponsor of this bill, who's the chairman of our Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Eshoo.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for yielding time to me. Mr. Speaker, in support of, I want to thank him for the support of my bill and the security semiconductor supply chains. My congressional district was named for the materials that semiconductors are made of, Silicon Valley. 30 years ago, the United States manufactured nearly 40% of all semiconductors. Today, we produce only 12%. This lack of domestic semiconductor manufacturing poses a significant risk to our economy and our national security. The semiconductor supply is fragile, and it can be disrupted easily with serious consequences to our daily lives. To bolster domestic semiconductor production and reduce reliance on foreign suppliers, my legislation directs the Department of Commerce's Select USA program to develop strategies to deliver investment in U.S. semiconductor manufacturers and supply chains. It will leverage the considerable down payment Congress made in the CHIPS Act and the CHIPS and Science Act, and expand opportunities for the private sector to invest in American manufacturing. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation, along with the investments made in the CHIPS and Science Act, will bring the U.S. back to be #1 in the world in semiconductor manufacturing and maintain leadership in technological innovation. I want to thank Congressman Pence for his partnership on this legislation and my colleagues, and I urge my colleagues to vote for it. This is a very good bill, and it's going to build on what we need to bring this manufacturing back to the United States and make us number one in the world. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
The gentlewoman
Speaker.
yields. Does the gentleman from New Jersey reserve? Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr.
I have
Bouchon.
no further speakers, Madam Chair, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me urge support for this bipartisan bill, which continues our efforts to deal with CHIPS, basically a follow-up on the CHIPS and Science Act, which is so important in bringing back American manufacturing and American innovation. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, I also urge support for H.R. 752, the Securing Semiconductor Supply Chains Act of 2023. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 752 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4470 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 121, H.R. 4470, a bill to extend the authorization of the Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism Standards Program of the Department of Homeland Security.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 4470.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 4470, the Chemical Facilities Anti-Terrorist Standards Program, also known as CFATS, which is the only federal program that focuses on security at facilities with chemicals of interest. The authority for this program expires in just 2 days. While Congress continues to look at improvements and changes with feedback from industry, it is imperative that we reauthorize the program to remain in place to continue to provide stability to the chemical facilities industries. I thank my colleague, Ms. Lee, for her work leading this initiative. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4470, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Representative Payne.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism Standards, or CFATS program, is a vital national security program whereby DHS works with the nation's highest risk chemical facilities to make sure they are secure against an attack by a terrorist or other bad actor. Since 2007, CFATS has helped thousands of facilities strengthen their security posture and reduce on-site risks, sometimes lowering their risk profile so much that they are no longer subject to regulation. This program has been so effective that in the 15 years since it was established, the number of high-risk facilities has dropped by half, from more than 7,000 to fewer than 3,500. Once more, CFAT's regulated facilities are some of the program's most avid supporters. That's because the regulations are flexible, non-prescriptive, and focused on outcomes rather than micromanaging security decisions or imposing one-size-fits-all requirements. Still, CFAT's statutory authority will lapse a few days from now, and if Congress does not act. We cannot let that happen. But CFAT is far from perfect. The program suffers from long-standing, well-documented issues that need to be fixed in legislation. However, H.R. 4470 makes no effort to address them. In committee, I joined my Democratic colleagues to offer 10 modest targeted amendments that sought to improve information sharing with first responders, training for inspectors, and our understanding of potential weaknesses in the program. We had hoped that our Republican colleagues might have adopted at least a few of these modest measures. Unfortunately, they did not, but not because they disagreed with the substance. They said out of fear that any change might complicate reauthorization in the Senate. It is a shame that it took so long for the committee to act on a reauthorization, especially since it's just a date change bill. When Democrats took the gavel in 2019, CFATS was just a few weeks away from sunsetting. We had a short-term extension bill on the floor within a few days and immediately got to work on legislation to improve the program, not just extend it. I was, however, heartened to hear many of my Republican colleagues acknowledge the long-standing issues with the program and express support for many of the amendments that we offered. We also appreciate that at the markup, the chairman committed to standing up a bipartisan working group within the committee to get these changes enacted into law. I hope that once we get this date change bill done, our committee will get to work on making the program better in short order. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the great state of Florida, Ms. Lee.
Ms. Lee, the gentleman from Florida, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to lead H.R. 4470, Protecting and Securing Chemical Facilities from Terrorist Attacks Act of 2023. The Chemical Facilities Anti-Terrorism Standards, or CFATS program, identifies and regulates high-risk chemical facilities to ensure they are protected from terrorist attacks. This program must be reauthorized by July 27th to ensure these standards of protection against cyber and physical risks remain in place. On July 20th, the Committee on Homeland Security voted on unanimously and bipartisan basis to reauthorize CFATS, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. CFATS is a regulatory program that is broadly supported by industry. This 2-year extension will ensure continuity and security while enabling the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Protection Subcommittee to work with regulated entities to identify any needed enhancements and changes. I thank Chairman Green for moving this bill expeditiously through committee, and I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the great state of Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2006, Congress authorized the Department of Homeland Security to regulate security practices at chemical facilities to reduce the risk of terrorists triggering an intentional release or stealing chemicals for an attack elsewhere. CFATS, as it's known, requires certain facilities whose possession of chemicals above certain levels present high levels of security risk to assess their vulnerabilities and implement security measures to minimize terrorism risk posed by these vulnerabilities. On July 27th, this Thursday, the statutory authority for CFAT's program is scheduled to sunset. And as I said previously at a Homeland Security markup of this legislation, I will support this legislation to cleanly extend the program for an additional 2 years, but I am disappointed that it is such a short authorization period. Companies of all sizes invest millions of dollars into CFAT's compliance, and they deserve the certainty of knowing what the long-term standards for compliance will be as they look to reinvest money into technologies and infrastructure. It's important to note that these facilities fall under a variety of sectors critical to our communities, including energy and utilities, food production, healthcare and pharmaceuticals, laboratories, and more. I will support this legislation today to extend and cleanly extend the program, but I hope that this body can work towards a long-term reauthorization in the future. It's clear that the threats that gave rise to CFATs persist today, and we must take these threats seriously. In addition, it's also important to note that industry is asking for this authorization, which is unlike some of the other regulatory overreach that we see from the administration today. What we're talking about is industry asking to work with government. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 4470, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from the great state of Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of
the gentleman
H.R.
from
4470.
Ohio is recognized.
Members.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you. Today I rise in support of H.R. 4470, and I urge all members to support this important legislation. Keeping our American homeland secure has been part of my life for over 4 decades. Though the threats to our nation have changed since I first entered the United States Air Force in 1973, I am reminded of our former Commander-in-Chief Ronald Reagan, who once said, "Peace does not exist of its own will." We must always remember that peace is a fragile thing that needs constant vigilance. This is an important admonition we should keep in mind because on July 27, 2023, this week, the legal authority for the Chemical Facilities Anti-Terrorism Standard Program, or CFATS for short, will sunset. This means that everything about it, right down to its fundamental legal structure, disappears, including federal outreach and networking to prevent terrorism against these facilities. Now, to be clear, from our perspective on the Energy and Commerce Committee, we should be authorizing this program for longer, but time is of the essence. And today it is vitally important to pass this clean 26-month CFATS extension. American businesses have invested billions of dollars in security, expecting a strong return for their efforts. We should not nullify these investments that would send a bad message to those who wish to do our nation harm, a message that Congress doesn't take security at our chemical facilities seriously. The Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism Standards Act is an important anti-terrorism-focused program. It is not a perfect tool, but CFATS is an important, unique program based upon collaboration between the federal government and the private sector. Unlike other programs at the EPA or the Department of Labor, CFATS is focused, and it serves as an important bulwark against the threat of terrorism here in the United States. It doesn't mandate the answer or the specific technology, but rather ask facilities to identify their own vulnerabilities and meet risk-based performance standards in a way that makes sense for them. I'm aware that there are those who, because CFATS is a compulsory program for some, might question the value of the current program. CFATS does not need to be stripped or have its mission overhauled. Though no federal program is without need of improvement in some area, but the immediate answer should not lie in trying to destabilize or dismantle it altogether. Rather, the question should be whether Congress has thoroughly overseen the program to understand the program's statutory authority, how its operation lines up with congressional direction, whether it is effective and efficient, and if it has the will and statutory authority to correct deficits or if the law needs to be changed. Because of that ongoing oversight work and the seemingly improved history of the program, I'm comfortable voting to continue it. To those colleagues who are still skeptical of the CFATS program, while
The
this
gentleman's time's
extension,
expired.
I yield an additional 30 seconds.
while this extension gives time for not only more assessment and for CFATS to demonstrate its progress, I would urge you to see past this as a time to take this program hostage or distract from its security-related terrorism prevention focus. I urge all members to vote for the passage of H.R. 4470, and I urge the Senate to not delay in its passing as well. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, while H.R. 4470 is not the CFATS reauthorization bill I had hoped for, it is absolutely necessary that we pass it for the one simple reason. It will prevent CFATS statutory authority from lapsing and will allow the program to keep working to protect chemical facilities from terrorist attacks. I am pleased that in the course of debate in committee, the chairman has committed to work with the committee Democrats on a more fulsome reauthorization bill. I look forward to starting that work in short order. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4470 and to quickly move this legislation to the Senate. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4470 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection.
Madam Speaker, I would ask for a recorded vote. I would ask for a recorded vote and request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman asked recorded vote. The gentleman requests the yeas and nays. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1338 and H.R. 4470 and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal is if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1338 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1338, a bill to amend the Communications Act of 1934 to provide authority for certain licenses and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 249. The nays are 162. 1 present. 2/3 not being in the affirmative.
Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Jackson of Texas. Mr. Jackson of Texas votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 250, the nays are 163. 1 is recorded as present. 2/3 not being in the affirmative. The rules are not suspended, and the bill is not passed. The House will be in order. Shh. Shh. From what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the House is not in order. If we could have all members take their seats.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Please take your seats.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable woman and public servant who works in this chamber every single day. Ms. Joyce Hamlet. Joyce, with that support, I should have had you run my speaker's race. This is Joyce last week on the House floor. After 35 years of working in Congress, she is about to begin a well-earned retirement where she will spend time with her loved ones. This is truly an end to an era. Joyce is the first African-American woman to be appointed as the Keeper of the Mace. Now, we can tell we all know Joyce, and she knows each and every one of us. She's gotten to know some of you even better than others. For those at home, Joyce is the keeper of the rules. And just so you know that she is fair to all, it was just last month. I thought being Speaker, I could have my own rules. And I brought somebody onto the floor. I asked the people outside, hey, can I bring somebody onto the floor? I thought we were out of session. They said, you're the Speaker, go ahead. So I walked in those doors, but somebody stopped me. It was Joyce. So if it's not just me sneaking on the floor, but you without a tie or a proper attire, you have received a polite reminder from Joyce about the rules of decorum. I would watch at times at the greatest height where we were not getting along with one another. When the tensions were high, I was afraid to talk to some of my own members. But when Joyce walked up with that unbelievable smile and she would tell them they were doing something wrong, it was just like she was the teacher and they were in the first grade. Yes, Miss Joyce, and sat right back down. You see, Joyce has devoted her entire career to this institution, the People's House. In the early 1980s, she started working as a cook in the Capitol cafeteria alongside her mother, Betty. Then she served as an elevator operator in the Capitol before taking a position with the Chamber Security. In total, as I said earlier, Joyce has given more than 35 years of her life to the House of Representatives. This is why she cares so deeply about this chambers and works to ensure that everyone who walks through its doors treats this institution with the respect it deserves. In fact, Joyce has had one of the most important responsibilities in the House. When the people think of Congress, they think of the Capitol building, they think of the dome, the symbol of American democracy. But when people think of the House, well, we have our own symbol. The mace of the House of Representatives. The day begins when the mace is raised, and the day ends when the mace is lifted. It has become the symbol of responsibility and duty for this institution in which we are honored to serve. And since 2007, Joyce has been charged with protecting and keeping the mace. I don't know if you look at her brooch. When I became Speaker, Ann Hand came to see me. She makes a lot of different jewelry. She sells it, and I look to buy. She brought me this one piece of jewelry. She says the only person to have it is the Speaker before Speaker Pelosi. And I'd watched Speaker Pelosi wear that brooch of that mace. And she provided it to me for a family member. And I remember the things I enjoy the most about this job is when I get to put the floor into session. And I get to know Joyce. We spend time behind there. She's holding the mace. And I thought, what would that be a great gift for retirement? So in the back of my mind, she had told me that she was leaving. I said, we're going to have a party for you. And I thought we could present this to her, but I thought, no, I need to present it to her now. And the look on her face and the brooch on her pen, she wears that every day proudly, but she wears it because she has earned it as the keeper of the mace. I've told her time and again it's going to be sad to see her go, and I know Joyce is very much looking forward to spending more time with her family in North Carolina, with her two sons, David Jr. and Donald, and all of her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So Joyce, on behalf of the House, really grateful thank you. Thank you for your service, thank you for your friendship, and personally, thank you for your commitment to the People's House. We are a better institution because of Joyce. We are better members in some of our darkest times because of the warning from Joyce. And you will always be welcome back into this house. May you enjoy all the happiness in this world that this well-earned retirement brings. I just want to thank you for the work, for the commitment, and the friendship. And with that, I'd like to yield to Leader Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commend a faithful public servant of this great institution on the occasion of her retirement. For decades, our very own Joyce Hamlet has worked in this chamber, dutifully upholding and protecting our traditions. On behalf of House Democrats, it is a distinct privileged to publicly honor her incredible career of service to the United States House of Representatives. 35 years of poise, professionalism, and particularity. In the early 1990s, after spending some time in the prior decade as a cafeteria worker, elevator operator, and doorkeeper, Joyce secured a position in chamber security with the Sergeant at Arms, where she began to firmly enforce the rules of decorum on the House floor. Emphasis on the word firmly. Upon arriving in the Congress as a new member, I quickly came to the conclusion, don't mess with Joyce. As House Democratic leader, I came to the same conclusion, don't mess with Joyce. In connection with her exemplary service with Chamber Security, Joyce was elevated in 2007 to the position of Keeper of the Mace. As has been mentioned, the first Black woman to hold that role in the 234-year history of this great institution. Joyce's career in the House has spanned 7 different presidents, including Ronald Reagan and Barack Obama, as well as 8 different speakers, beginning with Jim Wright, including Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, and concluding with Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Throughout the years, Joyce has served in the chamber with legendary members, from John Lewis, the iconic civil rights hero and conscience of the Congress, to Don Young, the longest-serving Republican member of the House and an authentic frontier spirit who always told us what was on his mind. The American public may not have had the opportunity to intimately get to know officers of the Capitol like Joyce, who serve here each and every day, but thankfully, we do. And we know our work would be impossible without the diligence, dedication, and devotion of public servants like Joyce. Her deep-rooted faith in God and her sense of duty was instilled during her childhood while growing up in rural North Carolina. Having been raised in a God-fearing church community by her loving grandfather, Joyce learned at an early age the importance of service and faithfulness. That faith has served the members of this institution well throughout the years, including on September 11th, when she helped members evacuate in the midst of a terrorist attack headed our way, or on January 6th, when a violent mob attacked the Capitol and tried to breach the chamber. Joyce faithfully executed her role with the utmost care, helping to secure the House chamber and ensuring the safety and protection of the members and the congressional mace. When we reconvened on the House floor that night, it was Joyce with the mace who brought us back into session. As I close, we are grateful on today that throughout the years, as the scripture says, Joyce has been faithful over a few things. Faithful to the chamber, faithful to the Congress, faithful to the country, faithful to the Constitution. She's been faithful over a few things. And so as Joyce prepares to go back home to North Carolina, I think we can confidently express the sentiment found in Matthew 25 and 23. Well done, thy good and faithful servant. Well done. Congratulations on your retirement. I yield back.
Tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the Rayburn Room, Leader Jeffries and I are going to host a reception for her retirement, and you can all come by, all right? So let's not make the week go longer just for Joyce. Let's end on a positive note for Joyce. With that, I yield back.
Can I go ahead and start? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4470 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4470, a bill to extend the authorization of the Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism Standards Program of the Department of Homeland Security.
The clerk will report the title. Did you? The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 409, the nays are 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members will remove their conversations. Shh. The Chair asks that the House now observe a moment of silence in memory of Officer Jacob J. Chestnut and Detective John M. Gibson of the United States Capitol Police, who were killed in the line of duty defending the Capitol on July 24th, 1998. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1501 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1501, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Homeland Security from operating or procuring certain foreign-made unmanned aircraft systems and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 1501.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1501. It is imperative that the Department of Homeland Security is equipped to protect the nation against all threats. This protection includes ensuring that the unmanned aerial systems or drones that DHS uses and buys are not made in foreign countries that do not align with our interests, countries like China. DHS requires that dominant air capabilities that drones provide to accomplish many of its land and maritime mission. DHS uses drones from everything from surveilling the border to the Coast Guard national security cutter operational needs for a persistent airborne surveillance capacity. Utilizing drones is a cost-efficient way to cover large areas of the homeland. However, many of the commercial drones used in the United States are manufactured in China, which dominates the United States market. Of the top 10 drone manufacturers that supply the United States market, a single Chinese manufacturer towers above all others with nearly 77% of the market share. Because of this threat, several other departments, such as Commerce and Interior, have taken actions to ground their drone fleet until the threat to U.S. government data can be determined. DHS has also issued warnings in recent years about Chinese-made drones, specifically citing concerns that they may be sending sensitive data to their manufacturers in China, where they can then be assessed by the Chinese government. Our colleagues in the Senate share our concerns. In fact, Senator Rick Scott and Senator Mark Warner have introduced similar legislative bans to ban the purchase and the use of these drones across the federal government, not just at DHS. Given the roles drones have in protecting Homeland Security, it is more important than ever to require DHS to assess its drone fleet. Once DHS has identified the extent of the problem, we can then work with the department to find a suitable solution. This bill would require DHS to provide a threat assessment to make that report to Congress on whether the agency has analyzed the threat of its drones that are manufactured in other countries. It would also require that they report the number of these drones to the department that they have in operation and the extent to which the information gathered by these drones may be a threat to the homeland or economic security of the United States. Second, the bill would prohibit DHS from buying or using drones made in a covered foreign country going forward. I'm proud to say that this bill was passed out of the House Homeland Security Committee in a bipartisan fashion. I would like to thank my friend and colleague, Chairman Green, for being an original co-sponsor of this bipartisan legislation, and Congressman Cuellar for being a co-sponsor of this bill. I am grateful that this body passed this measure in a bipartisan fashion last Congress, and I'm optimistic that we will be able to do so again today. With China looming as a growing threat on the horizon, maintaining our homeland security is of the utmost importance, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1501, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, to help carry out its many missions, the Department of Homeland Security has increasingly come to rely on unmanned aircraft systems, or drones. DHS utilizes these eyes in the sky to make timely assessments about the extent of damage caused by hurricanes, tornadoes, and other natural disasters in instances where the Federal Emergency Management Agency cannot easily deploy personnel to affected areas. The Coast Guard uses drones to enhance its ability to collect and disseminate information on maritime hazards or threats. In remote parts of the land border, DHS uses them to detect and prevent illicit smuggling activities. Many unmanned aircraft systems in the marketplace today are manufactured in nations considered foreign adversaries. As such, there are legitimate security concerns about the integrity of the data drones collect. Recent reports suggest that Chinese manufactured drones might be compromised and used to send sensitive information to the Chinese government. In response to security concerns, the Department of Interior and Defense have taken steps to limit their use of foreign-made drones. H.R. 1501, the Unmanned Aerial Security Act, would direct the Department of Homeland Security to take similar protective measures. It would prohibit DHS from purchasing or using drone systems manufactured in a foreign country that is deemed to be an adversary by either the intelligence community's annual threat assessment or the Secretary of Homeland Security. Importantly, H.R. 1501 allows the Secretary of Homeland Security to waive the prohibition in certain circumstances, such as national interest, the national interests of the United States, or for research or intelligence purposes. Finally, the bill requires DHS to report to Congress on information related to drones, including the results of any threat assessments conducted. H.R. 1501 has bipartisan support and was reported out of Homeland Security by a committee voice vote. With that, Madam Speaker, I want to commend my colleague from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for introducing this bill that seeks to ensure the integrity and security of the drone system that the Department of Homeland Security operates. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1501, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1501 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3254.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 120, H.R. 3254. A bill to Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish a process to review applications for certain grants to purchase equipment or systems that do not meet or exceed any applicable national voluntary consensus standards and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, and gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mississippi.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous materials on H.R. 3254.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 3254, the First Responders Access to Innovative Technologies Act. It is a great piece of common sense legislation that will put in place a better process for our first responders to access FEMA grants to purchase new equipment. I commend my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Payne, for his work on this legislation and his support of first responders. H.R. 3254 passed unanimously out of committee in May, and I urge my colleagues to support its final passage on the floor today. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, our communities look to our first responders to keep us safe. They are our hometown heroes. And it is a local and national tragedy whenever a first responder loses their life in line of duty. I believe it is critical for first responders to be prepared by having the tools and equipment necessary to execute their mission safely and efficiently. Congress supports first responders through DHS Homeland Security grant programs. However, communities cannot use such funding to purchase novel state-of-the-art equipment because it is not on FEMA's authorized equipment list. This equipment is ineligible not because it is inferior, it is ineligible because it is so innovative that it does not meet or exceed the conscious standards that FEMA relies upon. I first introduced this bill in the 114th Congress to require FEMA to establish an accessible and transparent process for such equipment to be evaluated. The House approved this legislation 3 times already. Each time it stalled in the Senate. But today I feel very confident that the 4th time is the charm. And with the support of the International Association of Fire Chiefs, I'm hopeful that this bill will get action in the Senate. With that, I encourage my colleagues to join me in sending a strong message to the Senate with a decisive yay on this bill. Our first responders are always there to help us. Now it is time to help them with the most modern equipment available to do their jobs. And with that, Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3254 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers on this piece of legislation, and I'm prepared to close whenever the gentleman from New York is ready.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm ready to close. Madam Speaker, we owe it to our hometown heroes to give them the access to the necessary tools to carry out their mission safely and efficiently. H.R. 3254 would allow communities to use DHS grant funding to purchase advanced life-saving technology, such as systems to track firefighters in burning buildings or wildfires. It was co-sponsored by the gentleman from Alabama, Representative Strong, and endorsed by the International Association of Fire Chiefs. The House approved the First Responders Access to Innovative Technologies Act in the 114th, 115th, and 116th Congresses. It is time for us to come together to get this bill enacted. Madam Speaker, this is very timely legislation. I'm sure that people saw the tragedy that we had in Newark, New Jersey, in my district, where we lost 2 firefighters fighting a fire on a ship in the port of Newark. They need this type of equipment. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues in both the House and the Senate to support this legislation, H.R. 3254, which would support our first responders. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3254? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Aye. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that I may be hereafter considered to be the primary sponsor of H.R. 2752, a bill originally introduced by Representative Cicilline of Rhode Island for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Objection. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today as National Hire a Veteran Day. This day is crucial to the spirit and the health of both American veterans and our communities. Set aside to raise awareness to the unique skills and useful abilities of service members after military service, we must use this day to recognize the sacrifice and the strength of our veterans. In America's private and public sectors, qualities like dedication, determination, and tenacity are highly valuable. These are the features fostered during military service and can even be more useful in non-military employment. And as 200,000 military members retire and become veterans each year, more and more qualified potential employees are eligible to join the greater American workforce. Madam Speaker, as employers look to hire, they must value the talent presented amongst our American troops. Each and every service member deserves the opportunity to create unique and positive impact after they've made sacrifices to defend our great nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Trevor Baptiste, an all-star second-time world champion lacrosse player. Trevor is a professional lacrosse player for the Philadelphia Wings of the National Lacrosse League and the Atlas League Club of the Premier Lacrosse League. Turn the page. Jesus. He was born and grew up in Newark, New Jersey before becoming a lacrosse star at the University of Denver. In his 4 years there, Trevor was a 4-time first-team All-American and a national champion. After college, Trevor won 2 world championships with the men's national lacrosse team, and he has been an all-star every year as a professional. His specialty is winning face-offs. In college, he owns the national record for face-offs won and the highest winning percentage. For Team USA, he has the highest face-off winning percentage in team history. Trevor Baptiste is an exceptional lacrosse player, and I'm proud to highlight him on the House floor today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of United States Navy Lieutenant Ridge Alconis, who for the last 365 days has been unjustly jailed by the Japanese government. The State Department and Department of Defense need to demonstrate strength and exercise leverage and bring Ridge home and bring him home now. America needs to bring Ridge home for justice's sake. America needs to bring Ridge home to send a message to the 50,000 troops we have stationed in Japan that the brass bureaucrats and politicians have their backs. America needs to bring Ridge home to demonstrate to the Japanese that we are the United States of America, the world superpower, and our commitment to their defense against China and North Korea comes with a few conditions, and one of them is to treat our troops fairly. Madam Speaker, our government has negotiated for the release of other Americans who have done far less for our great nation than an active duty naval officer. America needs to bring Ridge home. A year in prison is far too long. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I still remember the first few months here almost 5 years ago. One of the people who I looked for was a young woman sitting to the left of the House chamber. I would lock eyes with her, and when she smiled at me, it was always with a warm welcome. Joyce Hamlet will be sorely missed as she retires as the keeper of the mace and assistant sergeant of arms. She took her role very seriously. I know because I was one of the members she reminded ever so often of the rules of the House. Ms. Joyce would even take out one of the laminated black and white articles in plastic, check it out, in the drawer right in front of her. Ms. Joyce worked so hard for the last 35 years here in this Capitol. Her story is inspiring, Madam Speaker. She is not only the first black woman to uphold this whole post, but she also is so proud of growing up in the tobacco fields of Broadway, North Carolina, and to come here to make history in Congress. She never forgot her roots and the strong character that her grandparents instilled in her. In a place that can sometimes be harsh, Madam Speaker, she always remained kind and fair to all. I will dearly miss Mother Joyce and never forget her hugs on some of the most toughest days in this chamber. She may be considered the keeper of the mace for many here in the House chamber, but she will always be my jalto. I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the hardworking labor force across this country. Today, on this hot and muggy Washington, D.C. day, a thirst strike and vigil was held on our House steps. I was proud to join my colleague from Texas, Congressman Greg Casar, and the men and women highlighting the dangerous new policy in Texas as they held their thirst strike on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. Madam Speaker, as a representative for Nevada and the Las Vegas area, I can tell you that I know how dangerous the summer heat can be. The Texas governor's dangerous new policy eliminates water break protections, while Texas, Nevada, and many other areas of our country are experiencing record-breaking heat. Meanwhile, the brave men and women working in outdoor jobs like construction workers, mail carriers, and so many others continue working in the heat. Madam Speaker, we need federal action to protect these workers who are simply trying to provide for their families and to keep a roof over their heads. I urge OSHA and the Biden administration to take action and protect our workers. We deserve a water break. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Indiana. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my deep appreciation for the inclusion of the community project funding requests for Indiana's 1st Congressional District in the fiscal year 2024 appropriations measure. I'm grateful that a transparent process was established for all members to include projects in these measures, and believe that this process is an essential component to our ability to advocate for our districts. Notably, I am proud that the funding is included to attract new jobs and economic activity in Northwest Indiana through improvements to the Gary-Chicago International Airport, road constructions for Central Avenue and Portage, and water infrastructure in the city of LaPorte. I also appreciate the action to support public safety and law enforcement and members of our law enforcement, including specific funds for the police departments of Gary, Hammond, Munster, and Michigan City. As we move forward, I look forward to working with like-minded colleagues to move these measures forward and to complete this constitutional responsibility as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 1096, an act to require the Secretary of the Treasury to mint coins in commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the United States Marine Corps and to support programs at the Marine Corps Heritage Center.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the Honorable Congresswoman from Florida, Sheila Sherfilis McCormick.
Thank you, my co-anchor. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour. It is with great honor
Without objection.
Thank you. It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor the CBC Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleague, Rep. Jackson. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on gun violence prevention and public safety, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, constituents, and all Americans. It's my pleasure to yield first to our chairman, Stephen Horsford from Nevada.
I want to thank Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick for her tremendous leadership, for yielding time, and also Congressman Jonathan Jackson. The two have been great co-chairs for our Special Order Hour, a time when the Congressional Black Caucus comes to the floor to discuss important issues affecting all of America. And today, my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus are here to recognize the impact that gun violence has on Black communities and communities all around our country. In recent years, our nation has bore witness to horrific acts of gun violence in our communities, from the racist murder of 9 parishioners at the Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, to the attack at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, to police-involved shootings of unarmed Black men, women, and children. Time and again, when these tragic events happen, we hear politicians in Washington offer their thoughts and prayers. But we know that thoughts and prayers are simply not enough. They're not enough to end the violence that traumatizes entire communities and rips family members and friends away from their loved ones. They're not enough to end the cycles of violence created by the systemic and structural disadvantages of generations of racism and disinvestment in our communities. We must do more than offer thoughts and prayers alone. In order to solve this crisis, we must first understand the problem before us. Data shows that Black Americans are disproportionately impacted by gun violence in our country. Specifically, Black Americans experience 12 times the gun homicides, 18 times the gun assault injuries, and nearly 3 times the fatal police shootings of white Americans. On top of this, we know that these guns are not manufactured in our communities. And that is why we believe gun manufacturers should be held accountable, and those who allow access to guns should be held accountable. Alarmingly, despite the fact that Black boys and men account for just 6% of the total population, they comprise more than half of all gun homicide victims in our nation. Madam Speaker, to the chairs, I know personally the effects of losing a loved one to gun violence. My father was shot and killed when I was 19 years old, a freshman in college. I remember getting the call that so many loved ones fear getting. And now, in serving the district, the call that so many of my constituents tell me that they experience. The call that says that you don't get to say goodbye, that you don't get to tell your loved one once again that you love them, that they don't have the opportunities to see you as my father didn't have with me, to finish my education, to raise 3 children, to serve my community, and to be here on the floor of the House of Representatives speaking about the issue of gun safety, not just in my community, but in communities all across the country. These are problems that can be attributed to a number of factors, including the combination of weak gun laws, as well as systemic racial inequities, including unequal access to safe housing and adequate educational and employment opportunities, and a history of disinvestment in public infrastructure and services in communities of color. To remedy the ongoing issue of gun violence, we must continue to advance policies aimed at saving lives and making our communities safer. In the last Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus was instrumental in the House passing the most significant piece of gun reform legislation in nearly 30 years with the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which was signed into law by President Biden. The bipartisan Safer Communities Act took meaningful steps to protect our children, to keep our schools safe, and to reduce the overall threat of gun violence around our country by extending background checks for firearm purchases, clarifying licensing requirements, funding red flag laws and crisis intervention programs, and weakening the boyfriend loophole. This landmark piece of legislation was a positive step towards curbing gun violence in our communities. But we need to take more action to reimagine public safety, including holding law enforcement officers more accountable, using public health resources to address mental health crises, and ensuring all communities are well-resourced with access to job opportunities, affordable childcare, and social services that improve quality of life. So I want to thank my colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus, as well as the partners of nonprofit organizations like Giffords, Brady, and Everytown for their tireless work to advance safer communities and to save lives. And to the people who have made this Congress act, last Congress, and who will demand that we act now. We know that public safety is not a red or blue issue, it is an American issue. And there's no reason that in the most powerful country in the world, we can't do more to save lives, to reduce crime, and to break the cycle of violence. Our thoughts and prayers are simply not enough. We need action. I want to thank you, Congresswoman Sherfless McCormick, for your leadership on these issues, Congressman Jackson, who experiences these tragedies every day in the communities that you both serve. You have the commitment of the Congressional Black Caucus and its members that we will continue to advance safety for all of our communities. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Congressman Horsford. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Sheila Sherfless McCormick from the great state of Florida.
Thank you so much, Representative Jackson. I rise today as a voice for Floridians whose lives have been tragically cut short by the gun violence epidemic that is ravaging our communities. In 2020, an alarming statistic emerged. Guns became the leading cause of death among children and teenagers in the United States, claiming more lives than car accidents, cancer, or drug overdoses. This year alone, the United States has experienced over 400 mass shootings. My home state of Florida accounts for at least 20 of these. South Florida is no stranger to gun violence. Over what should have been a peaceful Memorial Day weekend this year, a total of 9 people were shot on the Hollywood Boardwalk. 4 of them were kids. Yet, in the face of these incidences, we have witnessed a persistent denial amongst Republicans. In Florida, the extreme GOP state legislature is making it easier, not harder, for individuals to purchase guns. It is maddening to watch as lives are needlessly taken and families are torn apart. How have we let this become our new normal? How have we not curbed this epidemic? How have we not acted? We have collective responsibility to build upon the landmark Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and implement common sense measures to keep weapons out the hands of those who pose a danger to others. The bipartisan law is essential in curbing the gun violence epidemic and safeguarding our loved ones. But we cannot stop there. Now is the time for us to unite across party lines and work collectively to find real solutions. We must prioritize the safety of our communities by implementing responsible gun control measures, providing mental health resources, and dismantling the cycle of violence. Let us seize the opportunity to create safe America while all families can thrive without looming shadow of gun violence. I ask all members of this caucus and all the members of the Florida delegation to stand with us to make sure that we can end this gun violence epidemic. I yield back to my co-anchor, Jonathan Jackson.
Thank you, Congresswoman Sherfilis McCormick from the great state of Florida. Now it is my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congressman Payne from the state of New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the gentleman from Illinois for the opportunity to speak tonight on an issue that paralyzes this nation. Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss and address our country's gun violence epidemic and promote the common sense solutions from the House Democrats that would save lives nationwide. This year, our country has suffered more than 400 mass shootings and mass murders. 400. And gun violence has killed or injured more than 40,000 Americans. This number includes more than 3,500 children or teens. In America, gun violence happens in grocery stores, elementary schools, college campuses, and private homes. And that is a national tragedy that demands immediate action. My bill, the Safer Neighborhoods Gun Buyback Act, would use federal grants to get guns out of the hands of criminals. It would reduce gun violence and make communities safer. And it is one solution of many in Congress that we have offered to date. House Democrats have introduced or will introduce at least 54 bills to reduce gun violence across the country. If passed, they would make gun owners and dealers accountable for their weapons. They would keep weapons out of the hands of criminals, and they would help law enforcement officials catch criminals who use guns to commit crimes. For example, the Bipartisan Background Checks Act of 2023 would require that every sale of a firearm include a background check. It is supported by 90% of Democrats and Republicans in Congress. And the Enhanced Background Checks Act of 2023 would provide the time necessary to conduct an effective background check on gun owners. The assault weapons ban of 2023 would stop the sale, manufacture, transfer, or possession of assault weapons. These are weapons of war and need to be removed from our streets. The Closing the Bump Stock Loophole Act of 2023 would ban bump stocks in the same manner as assault weapons. Bump stocks are designed to increase the firing rate of guns, and it makes it dangerously more lethal. They have no place in a civil society, Madam Speaker. Eaton's Law is a bill that would set federal standards for safe gun storage. It would decrease the chance of a family member dying from the use of an unsecured gun firearm. The Pause for Gun Safety Act would require a 7-day waiting period before a gun purchase can be possessed and get that weapon. The Stop Online Ammunition Sales Act of 2023 would require photo identification before the purchase of a gun or ammunition online. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention Act of 2023 would establish an Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the Department of Justice and offer legal policy. This bill would allow the country to finally create a national gun violence strategy. The Equal Access to Justice for Victims of Gun Violence Act would remove dubious legal protections for gun manufacturers and possibly make them liable for the harms and damage they inflict on communities across this country. The Ammunition Identification Act would require ammunition to have serial numbers. Then law enforcement officials could use those numbers to catch possible criminals based on gun ownership. And the Unacceptable Firearms Act of 2023 would regulate the production and sale of ghost guns. These guns are made in secret and cannot be traced, and they are a threat to every community in America. These bills represent common sense solutions that Americans want to protect their families and loved ones from gun violence. We need to act on my bill and the others like it to create a safer country. The longer we wait, the more lives we lose, and one day it could come to your door. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Honorable Congressman Payne from the great state of New Jersey. Now it is my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congresswoman Macbeth from the state of Georgia.
Well, thank you so much to Representatives Jackson and Sherfless-McCormick, and to the Congressional Black Caucus for this special order hour, in particular for gun safety. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing to convene this evening. And thank you, Madam Speaker. Fellow members of Congress, this past weekend, the United States surpassed 400 mass shootings in just this year alone. We have seen nearly double the amount of tragedies than the amount of days that we have lived this year. It is an unmistakable reality that this grave challenge has only grown. And until we are fully dealing with this very dangerous gun culture that we're living in, it will continue to grow. No amount of condolences will ever rectify the grief of loved ones. Those that I talk to week after week after week, survivors like myself that are crying out to this body, when will we act? If faith without works is dead, then we must know that when thoughts and prayers end, meaningful action must begin. My federal red flag law bill, it mirrors a common sense measure that is already in place in many states around the country, actually Republican states. It has allowed for loved ones to work with law enforcement to get guns out of the hands of those loved ones or people that they deem are in crisis, and it will truly help those who see the first signs of tragedy, and they can help to prevent it. These are effective laws that stop gun violence. We know that. Studies have proven that. Statistics have shown that in both Republican and Democratic states around the country. And the American people are just calling on us to act. They are tired of waiting for us to act. They are calling on us to save lives. Now, yes, last year, President Biden did sign into law last summer the Bipartisan Safer Communities Law. It is the most comprehensive gun safety legislation that this body has enacted in decades. We've been investing in red flag laws, state red flag laws, funding for states that want to enact these life-saving measures. Community violence intervention funding. I think everyone can agree we've got to get to the root causes of the violence. You pull out the root. You deal with the foundational problems that are causing the violence, which causes gun violence. We were able, through the Bipartisan Safer Communities Law, to define who is a bona fide gun seller. We were able to make it a federal crime for gun trafficking and straw purchases. We were able to secure funding for mental health for our public schools, but also for law enforcement. It expanded background checks for gun sales. Now we know, and I've been doing this work in gun safety for the last 10 years since I lost my own son unnecessarily. And statistics have shown us again and again and again, and surveys have shown us again and again that 97% of the American public, and this is including law-abiding gun owners, know that we have a public health crisis with the gun culture in this country, and they believe that we must place some common sense measures on our existing gun laws. Victims, such as myself, survivors, they live in daily angst just waiting for this body to act, waiting for us to do more. We're living in a violent culture. There are no safe spaces in America anymore. And survivors continue to live in the pain of having lost their loved ones unnecessarily and knowing that they too themselves at some point in time may also be a victim of gun violence. More guns in America do not make us safer. That's a misnomer. That is not the truth. Common sense gun safety measures with respect to putting public safety over profit by our gun manufacturers and gun sellers, that's what the American people are crying out for. In this country, you are 25 times more likely to die. This is a major industrialized nation. And we're 25 times more likely to die here in the United States than anywhere else in the world. This body, I pray every single day that this body will put their oath to protect and serve over the profit of this extremist gun culture that we're living in. And I yield back.
I thank the Honorable Congresswoman Macbeth from the great state of Georgia. It is now my privilege to yield to the Honorable Congressman Carter from the great state of Louisiana.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And to my esteemed colleague from Illinois, Representative Jackson, I thank you for your incredible leadership in governing this special order hour. This June, we have the anniversary of the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I proudly voted for this bill because the gun violence epidemic affects all of us daily in our country. 365 days later, there's still so much work to be done. As we have seen an extreme increase in mass shootings this summer, our friends, our neighbors, and loved ones are living in fear every day. As they go to shopping malls, movie theaters, schools, grocery stores, concerts, and yes, even places of worship. I can go on, but as of today, the Gun Violence Archives report that the United States reports that the United States experiences some 400 shootings already. That's just this year alone. Countless lives lost, communities devastated, and families that will never be the same. Where does it stop? We all have to take a deep inventory of ourselves and ask the question, where does it stop? To be clear, none of the actions that we suggest, promote, or introduce are efforts to diminish the value of your constitutional rights. To challenge the Second Amendment is not our effort. We recognize and recognize and support the importance of the Second Amendment. But we also recognize the importance of making sure that we have safe communities. Communities are safe for all people, not just Democrats, but safe for Republicans, Democrats, independents, and others. For people of all races, backgrounds, creeds, religions, beliefs, for everyone. This is an American issue. This is an issue that affects our communities. And I dare say and I dare pray that if this has not touched your community yet, that it doesn't. Unfortunately, if statistics bear true, it's a matter of time before it reaches, yes, your community, your neighborhood, your church, your school, your child. We have the power to change that. Collectively, Republican and Democrat, we have the power to change that. We have the power to say no more. We have a power to stand against the profits from the National Rifle Association and say, continue to manufacture legal weapons, but make sure that we have sensible gun measures. Continue to profit from the paraphernalia that comes with it, but let's make sure that we have sensible gun measures to protect our communities. Yes, we have the power. It is within us. Let us not wait until we find ourselves leaning over a coffin, crying because we've lost someone. Let the lives that have already been lost be the last. So there are no more mothers like my dear friend Lucy McBath. So there are no more sons like my dear friend Stephen Horsford. Like there's so many others that are out there, parents, loved ones, siblings, friends, fathers, mothers, that have lost their loved ones to senseless gun violence. Let us together demonstrate to the American people that we're bigger, we're better, we're smarter, and we're stronger, and we will make a difference. We should not have to live like this. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to come to the table. Come to the table putting aside our partisan politics. Come to the table with the understanding that we care. Come to the table with the understanding that we can make a difference for all of us. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
I thank the Honorable Congressman Carter from the great state of Louisiana. Madam Speaker, today I stand in solidarity with my colleagues in this chamber and with citizens across this nation in condemning the pervasive violence that has taken root in America. The scourge of violence has become an epidemic. Regrettably, the depth of its impact and its implications for our society's fabric remain inadequately grasped. We must recognize that violence is not solely defined as the act of wielding a gun. The violence that engulfs our nation goes beyond the confines of weaponry. By the time hands are raised in aggression, the cultural and judicial strains have already transformed fellow citizens into adversaries. And the staggering reality of 400 million guns in a nation with 300 million citizens underscores a deep-seated issue. It's hardly shocking, then, in such an environment, that individuals increasingly view one another as foes rather than fellow countrymen. The prevailing political and cultural mood of our nation is manipulated by the insidious use of fear. Some of the most profound acts of violence in this country have been executed not just by those with firearms, but those exploiting fear to amplify their privilege and magnify their influence. Is it not an act of violence to belittle 400 years of African American resilience? A battle we should never have had to fight. A battle no one should be forced to endure. Yet in a single afternoon, the Supreme Court chose to undercut what took 400 years for the Black community to establish: comprehensive policies that recognize and affirm our place against practices that they aimed to dismiss. Isn't this violence too? How can it not be considered violence when Harvard University is told it cannot use race as a criteria for admission, but it sees no restriction placed on legacy or wealth? The Supreme Court seems to suggest that being Black doesn't inherently carry merit, but being affluent certainly does. Perhaps a fellow member here can enlighten me. When have the wealthy ever been disadvantaged in this nation, that they've needed further benefits because of their wealth? Can anyone refer to me to such a time in history? The Supreme Court seemed to believe that in a mere 50 years, we've surpassed the need to factor in race, yet overlooked the fact that privilege has played a larger role in Ivy League admission than race ever has. Where in the majority decision did the court address the inherent advantages of unearned privileges? Where is the dedication to meritocracy in such a stance? Yet it's revealing that many champion the cause of equality if it does not level the playing field much in favor of true equality. In this nation, uniquely certain demographics perceive true equality as an affront to their status. For countless black and brown individuals witnessing the impact of this flawed ruling, the past fortnight has felt like a period of systemic aggression. When discussing violence in America, our focus shouldn't solely be on the acts committed by those who misuse firearms. Florida's governor didn't need a firearm to ban books and dismissed the educational value of African American history. The Florida Board of Education didn't wield a gun when they sidelined African American studies in their advanced placement curriculum. Recently, we were dismayed to learn that Florida's newly approved middle school syllabus had the audacity to suggest that slavery was somehow advantageous for black individuals. In 2023, it's disheartening to note that in Florida, an educational curriculum was sanctioned by those brazen enough to insinuate that slavery could be deemed beneficial in any manner. And there has been silence by so many in this body. This silence is tantamount to violence. Those who sanctioned this content attempted to defend their stance, asserting that slavery taught black individuals skills like agriculture, painting, carpentry, blacksmithing, tailoring, and transportation. This emphasizes the importance of lawmakers fully understanding the laws they create. Had they read some of the very literature they hastily sought to ban, they would have recognized the sheer absurdity of such claims. Black civilizations were the architects behind the pyramids. The Fertile Crescent of the Nile Valley stands testament to their prowess in civil engineering and agricultural innovation. Timbuktu houses one of the world's earliest and most renowned universities. A full 2 millennia before Hippocrates, Imhotep was already pioneering medical practices and documenting them. African civilizations were the crucible for philosophy, science, poetry, and monotheistic religions. So how could a cadre of ill-informed, unenlightened, narrow-minded, and archaic policymakers in Florida presume to suggest that black individuals required the shackles of slavery to grasp shoemaking? How deeply misguided must one be to suggest that absent slavery, black artistry would be non-existent, when Picasso drew inspiration from modernist art from African masks? To audaciously claim that black individuals learned about transportation through slavery, ignoring the fact that they navigated the Congo's waters well before Europeans even embarked on their maiden voyages, is pure folly. Slavery served to starkly remind black individuals how America often fell short of its proclaimed values. It underscored the bitter truth that one could be despised without the slightest effort to understand their history or heritage. To anyone who cannot see the inherent harm in teaching young black students that slavery was somehow a boon, you're solely mistaken about the essence of institutional and educational violence. What Governor DeSantis did was educational violence. To shed light on some historical facts, according to records, Governor Ron DeSantis' great-grandmother landed on American shores in February 1917. She arrived in New York, eager to embrace her new identity as an Italian-American, and she was fully entitled to. Regardless of her great-grandson's current disposition, she undoubtedly contributed to this nation, and her contribution was as pivotal as anyone else's. But let me also remind you that the first Africans came to America in 1619, landing in Jamestown, Virginia. 298 years separate 1619 from 1917, 298 years. Yet we have a governor in Florida, a descendant of those who arrived nearly 3 centuries after my ancestors, presuming to dictate my understanding of the African American experience in this country. How dare you, Governor DeSantis? You are absolutely a disgrace. No Ron DeSantis come lately will tell black people the value of our contributions to America. That's why all of us on this side of the aisle are elated to see Madam Vice President of the United States take the fight for black history directly to Florida. Thank you, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, for speaking out against ridiculous claims being made by the Florida Board of Education. Across this nation, individuals with a sense of justice commend Vice President Harris for her unwavering stand for truth and righteousness. Yet, this is the adversity we face. Firearms merely represent the latest form of hostility directed at black and brown communities. Over 400 mass shootings have occurred in 2023, and this year isn't over yet. Discussing the glaring imbalance of having 100 million more firearms than we have citizens, while not addressing 25 million American school-age children who can't read, is an incomplete picture. The link is apparent. Children lacking literacy skills may become adults more prone to resort to crime, potentially involving guns. If we're going to have a serious debate about violence in America, then we must be willing to talk about this issue at every level. When the Supreme Court said it was legal for a website designer to deny LGBTQ people services, what kind of violence did that do to the LGBTQ community? What kind of psychological, emotional, if not spiritual violence did that decision bring to bear in the lives of black and brown people? I firmly stand with those who say that we need a national solution to solve a national problem of gun violence. But I challenge all of us not to view this issue so narrowly. Gun violence stands at the intersection of race, poverty, and class, and needs to be understood in this way. We cannot become so enamored with the effects of the bullet and that we forget the economics of the gun. The root of the violence isn't merely in the act of pulling the trigger, but in the lived experiences of those who resort to such extremes. The Biden-Harris administration's success in enacting the first substantial gun laws in nearly 3 decades is commendable. With executive orders, President Biden has significantly addressed the gun crisis. Yet even in a scenario where guns are scarce, the ramifications of America's inherent violence will persist as it stems from prejudice and intolerance. This kind of violence, Madam Speaker, of which I speak, is the progeny of fear. It is the direct and lamentable offspring of what happens when people use revenge to play games with the resentment of white working class people. This kind of violence cannot be arrested and merely thrown in jail. Regrettably, it cannot be legislated out of the hearts and minds of people who use it to make a name for themselves. Once you allow your politics to become sufficiently murderous, the kind of social evil it produces can never be truly contained. And what is today a conversation about the inequities associated with race will tomorrow become the first line of a sad eulogy written about the American dream. This is what we've tried to get America to see. The willingness to mistreat black history means that there are people living among us who are more than willing to mishandle American history as a whole. So let us ultimately deal with every form of violence in America. Systemic cruelty, like the violence in the streets, destroys the lives and tears families apart. Judicial roughness is no less a threat to black children than the specter of gang violence and all illegal guns being used to destroy black bodies without justification or remorse. Donald Trump only taught us what political brutality can do to the moral fiber of a nation that has slowly begun to forget its constitutional ideals. And while it is altogether fitting to talk about gang violence in Chicago, murders in Memphis, and mass shootings in Texas, don't forget to talk about the kind of economic violence about being visited upon black families this country sees every day. But the members of the Congressional Black Caucus will always mention it. We will always talk about it because our country's future depends upon it. An honest assessment of who we are and what it is that we owe to one another. To truly end violence in our nation, it's not enough to just regulate guns. We must also address and rectify America's deep-rooted issues with privilege, power, and hatred. Addressing one issue without the other is tackling an issue that will not be secured. We must render our efforts as effective so that we will be a blessed nation. CBC Chair, my dear colleague, the Honorable Sheila Sherfless McCormick, and I, Madam Speaker, we yield back our time.
Then yields his time. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweiker, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to yield to my friend from New York as much time as he may consume.
Thank you very much to the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4368, the Agricultural Appropriations Bill, which includes funding to combat the spotted lanternfly invasion in the northeastern United States of America. This provision invests $19 million to protect our farmers, safeguard our crops, and preserve the future of our agricultural communities from the devastating effects of this pest. The spotted lanternfly, native of Asia, has proven to be an aggressive and destructive pest that threatens our specialty crops, including grapes and apples in areas like western New York and the southern tier of New York that I represent. This invasive species also puts thousands of agricultural jobs at risk. We owe it to our farmers to ensure that their hard work, their dedication, their blood, their sweat, their tears is not in vain due to a destructive pest. By investing in research and development of creative solutions, we can find effective strategies to combat the spotted lanternfly and save our agricultural economy from a potential disaster. I'm proud to join my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in addressing this pest, and I want to encourage the rest of my colleagues to support the fiscal year 23 Agricultural Appropriations Bill to help protect our farms, our crops, and our agricultural heritage. And I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona who was so kind to yield to me.
All right. Thank you. And Madam Speaker, tonight we're actually going to sort of continue on the theme. I'm going to try to dial back sounding like a jerk tonight, but I've been trying to make a point on the scale of the debt, the level we're at, the misunderstanding on its growth, and some potential solutions. We're also going to spend a little bit of time tonight, and this is what I was sort of pre-apologizing for. I'm going to show that some of my brothers and sisters' ideas from the left on raise this tax, do this, do that, don't even count as rounding errors. And so let's actually start with some of the boards here. I've shown this a half dozen times, and I keep showing it because this is what I have bad dreams about. Yeah, if you live in a world of math, and I know this is functionally a math-free zone, but when we finished the debt ceiling deal, we basically got some applause by economists saying, oh, guys, you basically moved yourself from maybe 120 to maybe 115% of debt to GDP at the end of the 9 years. Okay, so that was the CBO number. But then some of the outside economists came in. Moody's Analytics said, hey, guys, there's other things going on. The higher interest rates, the dramatic increase in spending in Medicare. Remember, The first 7 months of this year, we spent 16% more on Medicare. Next year's interest will functionally be $750 billion. $750 billion. We weren't supposed to hit numbers like that for years. But the one that took my breath away was when the Bloomberg economists, and these aren't slouches, and they have a really good data system, said their model was coming back and saying, okay, higher interest rates, higher healthcare costs, lower labor force participation, some of the other things we don't talk about because it doesn't really fit our scenario. And I'm going to hyper simplify this, and I've done this a handful of times, but I'm trying to get the concept through. So as part of the deal, 6 weeks ago, the $700 billion that's in the non-defense discretionary, we're going to cut $100 billion of that. Okay, great. Bloomberg economists basically say the removal of that $100 billion, it's necessary. It also slows down the economy by about 0.5% of GDP. We don't seem to understand when we do policies like this, which we need to do, you also have to be adopting policies that backfill the growth. And this place can barely walk and chew gum. And that's why this number here was so terrifying when the Bloomberg economists are saying, hey, at functionally that 9-year window, 10 years from now, and what reason we say 9 years is because we're already working on next year's budget and appropriations and spending, is 130% of debt to GDP, $51 trillion of borrowing, and if interest rates even go back to a somewhat more normal number, that's almost $2 trillion a year in interest. That's functionally 9 years from now. And we're going to do what? We're not going to talk about it. We're going to be just giddy that, hey, look at the hard work we did. We removed $100 billion out of discretionary. And let's see, this year, and I know my math is different than Congressional Budget Office, and come the end of September, we'll find out which one of us had a better calculator. But I've been right more times this year than they have. And I know that's boastful, but I can prove it, because go back and look at some of my floor speeches, and then we've gotten the quarterly reports from Treasury. I have this fiscal year us coming in around $1,820 to $840 billion of borrowing. Why is that important? The 2023 fiscal year discretionary, defense included, so defense and non-defense discretionary was supposed to be total spend, $1,836 billion, basically meaning every dime of what you think of as government is on borrowed money this year. When we go home and talk to our constituents, do we basically say, hey, do you know all of defense, all of the Supreme Court, all of the State Department, all of everything you think of as government is on borrowed money? Is that what we do? Because many times do we go home and we get someone who says, hey, we just got rid of foreign aid. And then I show my chart that foreign aid's like 12 days of borrowing. And they just look at you with daggers saying, well, then it's waste and fraud. It's this. But the Democrats do something that drives me insane. If we just taxed rich people more. So I'm going to show you some boards here that basically show that's theater. It's not real math. So let's actually walk through some of the things going on right now. And I'm going to do back and forth on some of these boards. And there's going to be a reason why I'm doing it this way. I spent the last 2 weeks when I came to this microphone talking about obesity and diabetes. And that's a really dangerous thing sometimes to come and talk about. But diabetes is 33% of all U.S. health care. It's 31% of all Medicare spending. We need to talk about it. Our brothers and sisters in this country are dying. And we're afraid to talk about it. So I'm going to spend the first part here sounding like an economist on steroids, and I'm going to try to explain what the cost here, then I'm going to try to talk a little bit about just the simple morality of not doing anything here. So let's actually play a little bit of a game here. Estimated deficit reduction for 2023. If you actually were just to take on obesity-related illnesses this fiscal year, so we're using current math, $283 billion. Okay, well remember, the Democrats' tax proposal, the president's tax proposal was, hey, we're going to go from 37% to 39% for top earners. Okay, stagnant number. None of these are dynamically scored on the effects on the economy, because if you made people healthier on this side, the economy would grow. When you raise people's taxes, the economy shrinks. But the stagnant number is $30 billion. So let's see, just obesity-related spending will be $283 billion this fiscal year to the taxpayers. And the Democrats, the president's tax hike produces $30 billion. Did anyone see the insanity here? So we basically did the math for everyone, saying if Democrats would have to increase the top tax rate to 62% to raise the same amount of money as getting rid of obesity for people on government programs. Okay, that's uncomfortable to talk about, but think about that. You'd basically have to raise the top tax rate to 62% just to produce the revenues, receipts, for this population here. It's a different way. I'm struggling just trying to find a creative way to get people to think about that the path of having a healthier America is both moral and it's great economics. So let's try it another way. Estimated deficit reduction for fiscal year 24 to 33. So that functionally that 9 fiscal years. We expect federal spending on this is severe obesity, not the mainstream, to be $1,724 billion. And if anyone wants to see this report, once it's officially voted on, then it's a report. This will be on the Republican side of the Joint Economic Committee, Chapter 3. Read it, it's brilliant. $1,724 billion over functionally that 10-year cycle. Just for severely obese populations, and these are for Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, veterans, on taking care of our brothers and sisters because the illnesses that come with this. You would have to increase the top tax rate to 49% to raise the same amount of money as getting rid of severe, we're not talking obesity, just the severe obesity. Remember last week I brought the charts on how it's rated. One disease that we are told that of the 4,000 human conditions, illnesses, misery, half of them are related to obesity. Are we willing to talk about it as we do the farm legislation? Are we willing to talk about it with some of the new technologies, and I'm going to touch on these, that are available to us? Are we willing to talk about it just on what's happening on how much of prime age working males are not in the labor force? And the number one thing we're seeing actually isn't substance abuse. It's close. It's actually health related to obesity. So let's try another one here. Let's see if I can make myself a complete pariah around here from telling the truth on the math. Estimated deficit reduction for 2023. Projected federal spending on severe obesity. This is just that very top threshold. This budget year will be $115 billion. And this is, once again, just in Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, veterans. Democrats would have to raise the top tax rate to 47% just to raise the amount of money just this population costs. Am I at least making a point here that the discussion saying just raise taxes, that takes care of it? Because remember, the last 12 months, what do we borrow per second over the last 12 months? $63,000 every second is what we've borrowed over the last 12 months. Okay, one more of these. Estimated deficit reduction between 24 and 33. Estimated deficit reduction. Projected federal spending on all obesity-related illnesses. Now remember, this is a static number. There's also, we estimate, about another $1.5 trillion that you would gain in productivity because these populations can actually come back and participate in the society. But over that time, it's over $4 trillion is what our government will spend. Now add another $1.5 trillion on the economic vitality you gain. You would actually have to have a marginal tax rate for the top earners in this country of 65% to come close to covering that cost. And that's for one illness. Now, it's the illness that is the most expensive in our society because it's related into diabetes and kidney failure and heart attacks and everything else. But am I sort of making the point? Because we're seeing over $4 trillion just in the disease, and the Biden tax proposal produces $375 billion over the 10 years. For those of you who are not really good at math, $375 billion is a hell of a lot less than $4 trillion. And this is the lunacy here, where the theater is so much more important than the reality of the math. So let's actually walk through this. Joint Economic Committee Republicans estimate the cost of obesity over the 10 years, so the 10 years we're about to start the budget cycle on, is $5.6 trillion. If you want to start to stabilize debt to GDP, can we at least have a conversation about this? When you start to see the mortality statistics in this country, the number of working age people, people who should be actually living their lives, who are dying, and they're dying early. I'm going to show you a chart in a little bit of our young people and what's going on there. The game of avoiding this discussion needs to come to an end because the economics and the morality of it are here. So let's pull our heads out. Let's actually time to actually have that difficult conversation. So let's do the next one. This one is really interesting. Estimated economic cost. This is actually $2.6 trillion of growth in the GDP. This isn't spending. I just showed you a few $1 trillion of spending. This would be actual growth in the size of the economy and participation because our brothers and sisters actually are not sick. Their ability to come back and be part of society. $2.6 trillion over that 10 years. We worked hard on this math. We spent months vetting it, and I will argue it's incredibly conservative math. So, let's have a little more fun here. Okay, maybe you just don't care. Maybe you're one of these people that sends in things to my office and all you care about is you want more money for something. Fine. Do you at least care about your kids, your grandkids? I have 2 young kids, and I look around and I'm terrified what I see. But we're actually looking at the growth of obesity amongst our kids. Do you understand what happens to their life expectancy, their ability to participate in their society when you start to see numbers growing like this? We're actually starting to see a world where at the end of this decade, 12% of our children will be morbidly obese. Uncomfortable to say, but that's the math. But in 10 years, half of our kids are technically. Is this moral? Should we not talk about it? because it's going on. This is the math. And understand what it does to the society. An unhealthy society doesn't grow. It doesn't have the economic vitality. And then you start to wonder why all day long our hallways are full of people saying, well, I need you to spend more money on this because we can't find workers. We can't do this. But yet we come back and show data that basically says what? There's like 3.5 million prime age working males that aren't in the economy. And then the economists come back and do the stats. The demographer comes in and sits there and rattles off the numbers, and we start to realize number one cause wasn't substance abuse, it was obesity. So, am I starting to make a point here? Life expectancy for 18 years old and older by their BMI class. You understand, functioning the last 4 years, life expectancy in the United States has fallen. Is that moral? Does anyone care? Even when you adjust for COVID, our lifespans are falling in this country. Well, it turns out, in digging and digging and digging the number, the primary reason is this. And look, we have this stratified by different ethnicities, different genders, but you start to actually see what we're seeing here in the numbers. When you start seeing some of our populations that when the life expectancy is 66 years. So a little while ago, the Congressional Black Caucus took the first hour, and they talked about the morality of their issues. I would argue this is their issue. This is all of our issue. But no one else will talk about it. So, and yes, there is some happy stuff coming. So part of the point I've been trying to make over and over and over, so let's just talk about diabetes. Diabetes, 31% of all Medicare spending is just diabetes. 1 in 4 TRICARE dollars in the United States is just diabetes. 33% of Medicare benefits are spent for folks with diabetes. 67% of the $327 billion spent on diabetes is by government insurance. And that's from way back in 2017, and today it's dramatically higher. But that was the last year we could actually get the number. And 5 of the top 10 Part D drugs. Now, this one drives me crazy. So remember, we're having all this debate and all this money. You're spending too much money on pharmaceuticals. These Part D drugs are driving so much of the debt and deficit. Half of those top 10 drugs, half of them, half of those Part D drugs are drugs for diabetes. Anyone see sort of the trend here? Am I making sort of a flow of a concept? Is consciousness coming with us? Joint Economic Committee Republicans, Medicare spending will double, functionally being $22 trillion over the next 10 years. I have come here for the last couple years and brought the chart that basically shows over the next 30 years, 100% of the $130 trillion of borrowing, all the borrowing growth. 75% is the shortfall in Medicare, 25% is the shortfall in Social Security if we choose to backfill it. And remember, we're functioning 9 years away from the Social Security Trust Fund being gone. And in that same 10 years, the Transportation Trust Fund's gone, the Medicare Part A Trust Fund is gone. And we dink around with stupid stuff around here, not taking seriously, the wheels are coming off. And it turns out there are some things that are absolutely moral we could be doing, if anyone here actually gave a damn. All right, a couple more of these concepts, and then we're going to do some of the positive side, some of the plan. JEC, Joint Economic Republicans, project annual healthcare costs attributed to severe obesity. Now, this is interesting. This is for the sick person. This is for the person with obesity, severe obesity, not regular, severe. They spend over another $14,000 a year on top of their other healthcare costs. Problem is, a huge portion of this population is also in government-paid for healthcare. And here's the one that I expect I will get the nasty grams on tomorrow. So yay, let's have at it. Joint Economic Republicans' annual increase of Medicare expenses caused by obesity-related health, $3,500 a year per taxpayer. $3,500 a year per taxpayer is functionally what obesity costs. Okay, that's me sounding like the accountant on steroids. But the math always wins. You know, I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable, well, bless you, but the math always wins. So let's actually come back and say, all right, let's say I've actually convinced someone out there that maybe we should make America healthier and actually have an honest discussion about what's going on, because these numbers have just gone skyrocketing over the last 10 years. So let's talk about a couple things here. This is just another example. I've brought a handful of these. It's a blood glucose monitor you can have in your body. Fairly cheap, fairly this, and incredibly effective in stabilizing someone with type 1 diabetes or pre-diabetic condition. We're about to have a pill for obesity. It's the next generation of, you've been looking at these GLP-1s. It's coming. It's almost through the process. There's a whole series of other categories of weight loss drugs that are coming that are remarkably effective. Studies actually sort of breaking down, it turns out that one of the most moral things we could do is use the technology we have. So if I came to you tomorrow and said, let's do a plan, maybe we should make some changes in the farm legislation. Really hard to do. The lobbyists marching up down the hallways won't be happy with it. It's what we have to deal with. Number two, go back to access for people to be able to manage their blood glucose. Number three, maybe we should start to look at the accessibility for those who are on Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Service, veterans, who actually really have comorbidities, lots of diseases, substantially because of their weight, because of diabetes. Maybe the moral thing is make these drugs available to them. And then here is part of the Holy Grail I've come back and talked about multiple times, and I've been mocked. Sorry, don't mean to be personalizing it. Well, screw it, I do mean to be personalizing it. FDA approves first cellular therapy to treat patients with type 1 diabetes. Yes, it's finally one of them, and there's a half a dozen of these that are in their FDA approval stages or tests. But the first one is fully approved now. That therapy can get the body to start producing, accepts a replenishment of islet cells, and islet cells produce insulin. It's here. So do you see the flow? If we actually said we need a healthier society, oh, by the way, it's amazing for what it does in bending the debt curve. Oh, by the way, it's moral. Oh, by the way, it would mean actually populations can come back into society. We might get productivity gains. We have a way to help people manage their pre-diabetic with some technology. We have some ways to help people get their weight down. Oh, by the way, those people who do get their weight down to 30% or so, that their body is so damaged they can't produce insulin anymore, turns out we can replace their islet cells in their body now. It's here. It's moral, it's optimistic, it's joyful. When was the last time you had an idiot like myself standing here sounding like an accountant on steroids and saying, I actually have a solution. It doesn't solve the whole problem. It only solves a portion of it. But damn it, this would do more than all the jaw moving around here that you've heard so far this year. And it's doable, because is this Republican or Democrat? I will just argue it's the right thing to do. Is this place capable? Is this place capable, Madam Speaker, of actually doing the right thing? Is it capable of doing something? It's also great math. It's morally wonderful, and actually would be really good for everyone. Dear God, I hope so. And with that, thank you for tolerating my tantrum, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According to the House, stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for our debate.